The best in sports coverage.
This is going to be great.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Oh, boy.
What's up?
What a bad beat.
Boo!
Boo! By the way, we need an investigation because Tennessee knew the line on that game.
God bless America.
Would you care to explain why you and Buckley are livid right now?
Yes. So Buckley and I were on Texas against Tennessee.
Yeah.
We had them plus 9.5 and plus 10, and they were down 9 with 8 seconds remaining.
8.
Tennessee inbounding the ball.
To just dribble it out.
Oh, no, actually, they weren't inbounding the ball. They had got a rebound off a miss.
Game's over.
And they were going to dribble it out, and the Texas coaches were saying, don't foul, don't foul. Well, the dip-ass fouled. And he made both free throws, and they couldn't get a shot off it for whatever reason in the last 8 seconds.
Because Tennessee decided playing defense was
Let me
important
ask
with
you
2
this.
seconds left.
This is what I'm wondering. So the bro from Tennessee hits the 2 free throws to go up by 11. And there's 8 seconds left. So I'm thinking, hey, you guys are probably okay because Tennessee won't play defense. Texas will go down and get a garbage layup or get an open look at a 3. Texas picked him up. Or Tennessee picked him up like full court.
Yeah.
They were slapping the floor. Why are they playing defense up 11 with 8 seconds?
Send a message.
they
The
got-
SEC just means more.
No, they got money on
I
it.
think Tennessee knew
They
the number.
might.
They knew the number.
I think Tennessee knew the number. Oh, boy, that is a bad beat right there.
Damn it.
That is a bad
Well, you know
beat.
what? It happens.
Ooh.
I have a
We
buddy
move on
who's,
to the next game.
who's an SEC grad, and he thinks that down there, a lot of these coaches, both football and basketball, like know the number and are trying to win for their cover for their fan bases.
I think that's a dumb theory, but
I love it.
okay.
Well,
Saban especially when he used to be at the helm.
I will say it happened on the show 2 years ago, right? Oregon was playing. No, was it this year they played Texas Tech?
No, it was 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago they were playing Texas Tech, and that was a tight game.
That was the Bossa
That was
pick, no slide,
Yeah.
no slide.
So Oregon was favored, I think, by, I don't know, 6.5, something like that, maybe a touchdown. And I was like, oh, that's cake. So I had Oregon and was sweating it out. And they were up by 5 or 6 or whatever, and that was the strip sack. And Bossa picks up the ball and starts running, and he hurdles over the quarterback. And I'm like, oh my God, he's just gonna fall down because he doesn't need to score.
And Lanning's yelling at him,
Yeah.
go down, go down.
Yeah, Lanning's telling him to go down, game's over. He doesn't listen. He rumbles, stumble, bumbles, goes into the end zone, touchdown, the cover. And so when Lanning came on, I brought it up. I said, hey, I saw that you were telling your guy to go down. You know, some of us needed him to not go down. And Lanning started smiling. He goes, oh, I'm aware. So at least from that standpoint, Dan Lanning knew that was a big deal to gamblers. So I don't know if every coach is aware or if someone told him afterwards. People know.
I think they know the spreads, but I don't think it crosses their mind when they're coaching.
Probably not, but maybe at the end of the game when you have it sealed up, I could see like some big booster like, hey, coach, just say if you're blowing them out.
We're backing you in more ways than one.
Well,
I just watching you two go through the emotion. This is why gambling is great because I don't have a vested interest in this, although I do have BYU plus 7.5 coming up against Houston. The highs and lows of gambling, because that should have been a win. You were on the right side.
The reality is, I don't look at that as should have been a win. I look at that as I did not make a good wager because it was right on the number.
Yeah.
You know, whether it was 9 or 11,
It was a coin flip.
it was a coin. The odds
doesn't make it good.
bet. It doesn't make it a good bet, right? Like the odds makers had that one pretty much right.
Pegged.
I thought they had it wrong. I was wrong.
Yeah.
So therefore I deserve to lose. That's how I look. That's how I look at
you.
this. Yeah.
That's a very mature
Well, I mean,
way to handle it.
For every one of those you lose,
Yeah.
well, maybe for every 2 of those you lose,
Yeah.
you win some too. You get
Sure.
lucky on the other side. It's just, they come and they go.
Yeah.
But that would have been nice to win. We would have been 2-0 on the day, heading into the night sesh.
Yeah.
Now we're just 1-1.
Yeah, but just to know that it was there.
I know.
The coaches are telling him to not foul.
Yeah, I know.
And it's 9 and you win.
It's amazing. I was telling you this yesterday because you guys, everybody's, we're ramping up our college basketball viewing now.
Yeah.
I've been watching a lot this year. mainly because I'm betting on it.
Sure.
But it's it's just betting's a good way to really get into a sport.
Absolutely.
But I will tell you, these college kids are morons. I mean, the more you watch, the more boneheaded crap you'll see.
Yeah.
And these coaches, there's a reason why none of the coaches have hair. I mean, these kids, they don't know what the hell's going on out
Well,
there.
and that's the problem is that when you are betting on children,
Yeah.
you are going to get some
That's
erratic.
right. A lot of variance.
A lot of variance, a lot of erratic spikes. So,
Wow, Justin Thomas is 500. Wait a minute. Buckley, am I seeing that right?
What?
Well, I turned on the golf.
Is
now.
he on a heater all of a sudden?
He must be. I left the house today. He was 4 over. Now they're saying he's 5 under?
I'm guessing you have some sort of play on Justin
I don't.
Thomas.
I
Oh.
didn't play him this weekend,
Okay.
but I was thinking earlier to myself, I'm glad I didn't play him this weekend. Well, now I'm pissed I didn't. You know how that goes.
Oh my God.
Is he 9 under today?
He's 11 under on the day.
Oh, my Lord.
He went 31 out. He has 6 birdies on the back, and he's playing 18 right now.
So he's playing for what's par there?
course record?
70.
72.
He birdies, he shoots 60?
That's right.
Good gravy.
Good hell.
If
My goodness.
what if a buttery is like a buttery 63? What is a 60?
It's like a scorched earth 60.
I don't even know.
Sizzling 60?
I was going to
Sizzling
say
60,
that's
that's nice.
something. That's not buttery. That's something entirely
God.
different. That's scorched earth.
Well,
that's
listen.
that's that red hot fajita pan that comes out at Applebee's.
Don't touch.
don't touch that plate.
We have buried the lead here, okay? We have
Yeah.
to tell you about something big that's going down today.
Oh yeah.
Joey Harrington will be here at 5:30. He will be in studio today.
In studio.
And the reason he will be in studio, he's not here yet,
No.
but when he shows up, he's going to show up early today.
Mm-hmm.
And we have already done the legwork because it's raining outside.
Yeah.
So inside our building here in Northwest Portland, Joey Harrington today, we have set up the course. We have measured the course. He will attempt to speed walk the 40-yard dash in under 10 seconds. It will not be live on the air. However, we will have him do it right before his segment.
Turns out, at a radio studio, we lack the capabilities of live broadcasting from the hallway.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted like a like a wireless, and like
We were told no.
stunningly,
Yeah, we don't.
we can't make that happen.
That's not in the budget, so
An
Resourceful
Odyssey
little
station.
bitch.
we will do it. We'll do it right before the segment,
Yeah.
and then bring it to you live.
But we're all set up for it.
Yeah.
We have a perfect place for it in our vast hallways here.
Sales is very excited.
Sales doesn't know what the hell we're doing.
Well, as we had kind of marked off the course, and then we took a practice run ourselves. There was a lot of what you were doing, and all I could say was it's something idiotic,
Yeah.
and you probably don't need to worry.
I
about
just
it.
told them we're doing bits.
Yeah.
Well,
And
and we
that's-
asked if they wanted to be a part of it. We were kind of met with a
Yeah, no. They're like, no.
No.
You childish morons, no
But-
chance.
But some of the ladies, when we told them that Joey Harrington was coming in, all of a sudden
Yeah.
they perked up a little bit.
They're lined up at the front door.
Yeah. Well, a couple of them are ducks.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah.
and Joey, he's a handsome fella.
So Joey, I don't even remember why this came about.
because he was at the combine talking about
Yeah,
40
he was at the
times, right?
combine, and then we were talking about running, and Joey can't run. He's got like the bad knee and all that, and he was like, "Well, I could walk a 40." That led to us having the conversation of what could you walk a 40 in, and all of a sudden Joey's making bold proclamations that he could walk a 10 flat 40, and so
Yeah.
here we go.
Well, and it was something I was prepared to let go,
Yeah,
but he kept pushing. He's
No,
like, "No,
this was
when are we
his-
doing this?"
yeah.
I'm like, "Okay, well." So he's coming in today to do it.
Well,
He'll
this is
do it
what I'm-
before the show, and then when he comes on the air live, we'll tell you how he did, and we'll have video and everything for
This is
you.
what I'm saying. They're in like every athlete still, no matter how old you get, you have a little competitive itch there. And he seemed to be legitimately bothered by thinking that he couldn't run or walk a 10 flat 40. And you're right. This is all him. He did push this agenda.
Well, I've told you this before, but I was somehow roped into the Battle at Bandon,
Yes.
his charity event.
Yeah, I remember that a number of years ago.
Yeah, when we were on CSN.
What
And
school did you represent
I was
again?
UCLA.
Which is very odd, but all right.
I know. Well, they had a cancellation.
Yeah, and so
they
they-
needed somebody to
Yeah.
step in.
They brought in the lefty. You came
Yeah.
out of the bullpen.
So I got lucky. I was with Jason Capono
Mm-hmm.
and is it Jordan Farmer?
Yes.
Jordan Farmar, yeah.
And he was great.
Yeah.
Great dude. Actually, they both were really nice guys. And anyway, we got to the back nine. Well, you played 9 holes against other. You'd switch every 9 holes who you were playing against.
Sure.
And we got to the back 9 at the original Bandon course, and we played the Ducks, and it was Joey.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you something. That dude is competitive as hell.
He was ready to go.
He was not. Yeah, I've seen it in you.
Yeah.
I've seen it in.
It happens every now and then.
I played golf with Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
I see this in these people who are competitive to a degree that I don't really understand. Like I don't have that. I'm pretty competitive, but not like that.
Yeah.
Joey has that, and I've seen it firsthand on the golf course, and I'm guessing we're going to see that today.
Yeah. Like I've tried to beat that out of me because I don't like that version of myself. It's just competitive people in general aren't the best people to hang out with.
Oh dear.
And you can try, but you
Oh, dear.
can't. Oh, right in the
He put it in the water.
in the drink.
He who? I'm watching hoops.
Justin Thomas.
Oh.
Yeah.
He needed a par to break the course record, and he put it in the damn water.
Right in the drink.
Like a doofus, like I would do. What is this?
So he's only going to shoot a 61 or a 62. That loser.
So
Yeah.
what's your new insult? Dunkhouse? What is it?
Oh, Dunkhoff.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, but it's been popping up in my head. I kind of like it.
It's from the Simpsons. One of the in the Simpsons, they have a German guy that calls, but yeah, Dunkhoff, hurry up. I have no idea what it means, but it aired on the Simpsons, so it can't be that bad, So there's one. Yeah, that's.
Well, anyway,
I heard, oh no, and then I saw.
put it in the water, and he
I
almost
saw
hit
it
a
go in the
crane.
drink. Yeah,
A bird.
it would have been better had it hit the crane. It wouldn't have gone in.
Yeah.
That crane should have taken one for the team.
Maybe he's a Rory fan.
Damn bird.
Well, anyway, we'll let you know when Joey gets here.
Yeah.
The course is set up. It'll be really easy. We're gonna tape it, video, and everything for you right before his segment. So when he comes on at 5:30, you will know whether or not he can run or walk. Sorry,
Yes.
speed walk a 40 sub 10-second 40. Now I will say I tried it, and I walked a 12.
Yeah.
12 something.
A 12.58 for Isaac.
Yeah, 12.58. So I think it's going to be close.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's going to be a breeze.
No.
But I would like I said, I think he's going to take it seriously, and I don't know. I think it's going to be nip and tuck. It's going to be right there.
All right, so tune in to 5:30 for that. Coming up next today in March Madness on the Fan.
Back 1080 The Fan.
The listeners all over it, they are telling us that in German, Dummkopf means like dumbhead or blockhead.
Yeah, like a dumbass.
Yeah.
It's fun to say.
Yeah. Dummkopf.
Yeah.
Justin Thomas is going to make bogey on the 18th hole. He hit it in the water, but he's going to get up and down after his drop, and he will be 1 off the course record.
Yeah. So it'll be 4 over for the tournament. What's that put him like?
4 under for the tournament.
4 under for the tournament. That puts him at like what, 7 back? Leader at 11?
7 back, yep.
All right.
Yeah. But he had a day.
Yeah, he did.
10 under on the day.
He had a chance to go course record. You know that that will haunt him. I mean, he looked like he was ready to stab someone in the face after he hit that thing on the drain.
That is golf right there. Is he will shoot
it's the round of his life.
a 62 and think only about the one shot he put in the water.
And he'll stew on that for years.
Yes. He'll always remember that. Now this, Hideki has to make this to make the cut. And Buckley and I have a little writing on him too, so
I love me some Matsuyama.
this better go in. I don't think he hit it.
I don't think he got it.
He's going to warm up the jet back to Japan.
Sorry, Hideki.
Well, good little college basketball day today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was fun
The
for the
Duckies-
Ducks for a brief moment.
They lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that nice run at the start of the second, and then
This is okay. How much of the game did you get to see?
I saw about half of it.
Yeah. I didn't watch all of it, but what I saw, freaking oh my god, drawing a blank.
coach or player.
The Shellstad.
Okay, I was like, are we going Michigan State or are we going Oregon?
Yeah, team per se.
Yeah, Shellstad went 0 for 6 from behind the arc.
I have never seen a better player that can suck more at times.
There is an inconsistency there that hurts.
There's a good Shellstad and a bad Shellstad.
Yeah.
And the bad Shellstad is awful. And he was awful today.
Yeah, 4 for 11, 0 for 5 from the field, 8 points.
Biddle was great.
Yeah, Biddle was great. I mean, he was there. Look, they were right there. They cut it, I think, 43-44. And then I think they went almost 6 minutes. It was like 5:40, 5:30 without a bucket. Michigan State goes on a 15-0 run, and then they never were within basically 10 the rest of the way, which is a little bit how the first one went. The first game, they played them tough.
Yeah,
and
they
then,
were lights out in the first half of the first
and
one.
then in the second half, Michigan State just pulled away. And I hate to say it, and this is what I was wondering about Oregon. Like, Oregon's probably going to be a 5 seed, maybe a 6 seed. And Oregon's good. Oregon can win a game or two in this tournament. And you look at that run that they were on leading up to this when they were playing their best ball. My question was, outside of Wisconsin, which they came roaring back, right? They were down, I think, 17 in that game, came back. Shellstad hit a ridiculous 3 to send it in overtime, and then they pulled it away in overtime. Outside of that, their wins were Northwestern, which was ugly. Northwestern scored 50 points and a half on them. Rutgers, Iowa, which was shaky down the end. USC, Indiana, Washington, who's just god-awful. And Washington, the Washington game was a nail-biter. And then you beat Indiana again, and then Michigan State. Michigan State beat you by 10. It just feels like Michigan State's 10 points better than you. So my question becomes, we know Oregon's good. We know Oregon's a tournament team. I just think that there is probably a 10-point difference between the Michigan States of the world and the Oregons. I don't think that there is enough there to really think that this is a team that makes a really deep run.
If Shellstad can be more consistent and hit shots,
It's
a huge if, and probably
giant
it's probably a no.
Yeah.
But if he has 2 good games, then
Yes.
you're on to the Sweet 16.
Exactly. And it's a lot of it's about matchups too. I mean, their offense, I don't trust their offense a bit
Nor should you.
against better teams. But at the
No,
same
they're
time,
streaky.
they can play with anybody.
Yeah. But you shoot, and this happens a lot. When Oregon shoots 20% from the 3-point line, I mean, it's hard to win unless you're Gonzaga that shot like 7% in the West Coast tournament title game. That usually is that's a killer for you.
But hey, look, I think a lot of people wrote him off.
Yeah.
Altman saved the season again, and they've got a shot.
Yeah.
They'll probably be a 6 seed, maybe.
Yeah, they said somewhere, but the idea was, depending on what happens in this one, somewhere between the 4 and the 6. What does this do to you? Like, this certainly doesn't bump you to a 4. Does it keep you to 5, or does it drop you to a 6? So,
Yeah, I don't know.
but they're in there.
But look, this is where money's made. If Shellstad heats up, like Buck said, just a couple of games, 2-3 games,
Yep.
you make yourself some dough.
Yeah, need something. because they just have to have. And Biddle's a nice player, and he was again by far their best player today, and kept him in the game. But no offense to Nate Biddle, who's a hell of a college player. Nate Biddle is not going to lead you to the promised land in this tournament.
Not with hair like that.
No, you are going to need something out of your guards. You're going to need a better effort than that. So, and again, you can't shoot 20% from behind the arc.
Did you see so they lost. It was, I think, 74-64 or something?
Yeah, that's right.
And Michigan State looks pretty good. I mean, that's a good team.
They look very good.
Well, some people think if Michigan State wins the Big Ten tournament, they're going to be probably a 2 seed. Some people are asking the question, if they win the Big Ten, is that enough to get you a 1? Mm-hmm. Probably not, but
I don't think so. Unless the Cooper Flag thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. What do you do with Duke? If let's just say for argument's sake, and there's, they're favored by 7 still, so they should win today, Duke. But without Flag and Brown,
if it looks bad,
if they lose today,
do you drop
are they
them?
off the 1 line?
I don't know.
If you don't know Flag's status.
Well, we know in the football tournament, we'll kick you to the curb with an injury. I don't know. I think you'd have a hard time bumping Duke because we don't know if Flag's going to play or not. We don't know what the status is. Duke has been that's a bold move.
And it's a slippery slope to bump him down thinking he might not play and then watch him play and you've punished him for something that didn't even happen.
I mean, I suppose if you get drilled by North Carolina.
I mean, they are the number 1 team.
Exactly.
So,
like, you're not getting bumped off the 1.
Yeah. So the teams that are on the 1 right now are pretty firm. It's Duke, Houston, Auburn, and Florida. Yeah. Auburn won today. We'll see what Houston and Florida do, although Houston has to take on Richie Saunders, Tater Tot boy.
4:00 today.
So
they beat him by 31 last time. So.
If one of those bows, I don't know. I don't see Michigan State getting a 1, but they're pretty good. Anyway, I was reading Wall Street Journal had this. Did you know the Ducks traveled? So this says since their season began in November, the Ducks have crisscrossed the country so frequently that the total distance they've traveled this season is 26,700 miles. Huh. That is the equivalent of traveling the entire circumference of Earth and then adding on a few thousand miles for good measure.
Well, I'll be damned. All right, well, who was it? Who was bitching about this earlier that was crying?
Oh, it was both of the LA schools.
Yeah,
Mick Cronin was, and so was Musselman.
Yeah.
Musselman.
Yeah, they were.
And then Altman was just like, well, we knew what we signed up for.
Exactly.
I heard him talk about it again last night, and he said, we addressed this with our team one time. At the beginning of the season, we said how it's going to be. We said how we're going to embrace it. We said how our school and our program is going to get us prepared to do it. And then we're just going to go along with it and pretend like it's any other schedule.
Well, there's a couple things that happened. Well, by the way, just for perspective, they traveled over 26,000 miles. Mm-hmm. You know what they traveled last year?
What?
7,327 miles.
They
tripled.
This does seem like
more than tripled, almost quadrupled.
More than tripled their travel.
Bit of a jump.
The only team that traveled more in all of college basketball this season was Stanford.
Mm-hmm. ACC West Coast team, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But a couple of things happened. One is in the Big Ten, and I didn't know this, but in this article it pointed out that in the Big Ten, you have to have 2 days in between games. Mm-hmm. So when they would travel, like say they would go back east, they wouldn't make them go east, then back home, and then back for another game. You just stay out there, but you had to stay an extra day as opposed to being in another conference where you could play, say, Wednesday, Friday. You couldn't do that in the Big Ten. You'd have to stay the extra day. And so then they were talking about how many days of school they missed to the point where I think it's pointing to all the Oregon players taking all online classes because of their travel schedule this year.
Which... Well, that does suck, but at the same time, can we be honest? How many big-time Division I basketball players and football players are really grinding away as a biology major and are in labs? I mean, that does suck. Don't get me wrong, but
well, they handled it well.
They handled it well.
They were pretty good on the road, and like I said, Altman didn't really make an excuse about it.
Yeah.
The other thing that helps them is they charter everything, so they don't have to.
Well, and that's what I'm saying too. It's like
it's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
Never any delays, never any luggage problems.
And I'm looking. It looks like from like here to Detroit, you're looking at 5 hours. So, I mean that sucks, but.
Never a layover.
Never a layover. You're on a private jet. You're not crammed into seats. Everyone's got a big seat. While it sucks.
Look, that's a lot of miles.
It's a lot of miles.
That's a lot of travel.
It's a lot of miles. It's a lot of travel. I just don't know if it is the end all, the be all. Like this is just the nature of. I mean, it's like being in the NBA, right? if you're the Portland Trailblazers, this is what you have to do. And again, you knew when you signed up in the Big Ten, you knew what you were getting yourself into.
Yeah, well, they're out of the Big Ten. They're leaving it.
They're done after 1 year.
They're going to the West Coast Conference.
Ah, yes.
Less travel.
Yeah, I don't think they want that paycheck because eventually what the Big Ten payout's like, what, 80, 90 million bucks, and the Pac-12, the new Pac-12 payout's going to be about 8 to 10.
What else do we have today? Most of the good stuff is tonight, but
Yeah,
Auburn won again.
that was close. That was on at the gym. I was keeping
How
an eye
about
on that.
Wisconsin hammering UCLA?
Yeah, they drilled them.
Speaking of Auburn, did you see Bruce Pearl's on-air slip-up?
No.
After the game, he was asked about his players and his guard play specifically, and he said his guards aren't peas, but he said the full word
Oh,
right there on ESPN.
all right, well,
I like that.
Go Bruce Pearl. Yeah, but we got Marquette St. John's is tipping off like any moment. We got Illinois, Maryland, Carolina, Duke, BYU, Houston.
Yeah, we got some
Purdue,
good action.
Michigan, Kentucky, Bama.
Carolina Duke.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it right now. North Carolina beats them.
Well, didn't you take Carolina in the points?
I did.
All right.
But I think Carolina beats them.
I got the points, and I sprinkled the money line.
Duke's going down.
Yeah. Someone asked, the Ducks get freaking flyer on that? Can you
No.
you get some reward points on that?
No, it's chartered, man. It's all private. I wonder what that looks like, though. I'd like to see what they've got, how that works. You know?
I bet you it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Well, we chartered flights in college, but ours aren't. I mean, we would charter big planes that weren't specifically for the team. We just chartered normal planes. So everyone would basically get like their own row. I'm guessing for a basketball team, I'm guessing that is a smaller jet with big seats. I'm guessing Oregon does not skimp. I'm guessing that's a pretty nice plane.
All right. Up next, the idea of relegation in American sports has resurfaced. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, on the hardwood today, the Oregon Ducks lost to Michigan State in the Big Ten tournament. 74-64 the final. Sparty used a 15-0 run in the second half to pull away. Oregon will head back to Eugene and await an at-large bid from the selection committee on Sunday. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, Iowa has fired head coach Fran McCaffrey after 15 seasons at the helm for the Hawkeyes. In the ACC, as expected, Duke star Cooper Flagg will not play in the Blue Devils game tonight in the ACC tournament against rival North Carolina due to the ankle sprain he suffered on Thursday. Duke still a 7.5-point favorite in that one. Round 2 of the Players' Championship out at TPC Sawgrass, a two-way tie atop the leaderboard between Akshay Bhatia as well as Minwoo Lee. They're both 11 under for the tournament. Meanwhile, JJ Spawn all alone in second place. He's 10 under par for the tournament. Rory McIlroy, Colin Morikawa tied for fourth place. They're at 9 under. And then you have a group at 5 under as well. It includes Scotty Scheffler, Ricky Fowler, and Patrick Cantley. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
Isaac and Suk here with Ken and Donnie, the advocates. People don't
Take that for data.
How about that, boo-boo?
Primetime with Asachi and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
All right, we'll get to our relegation story in a moment. But we have a little late-breaking news in the sports world.
Yeah.
Good news,
I think it's okay news.
depending on who you're a fan of. But the news is that the Seahawks have signed Cooper Kupp. How about that?
The homecoming for the Eastern Washington Native.
I'm just reading he's from Yakima.
Yeah.
Do you know who else is from Yakima? Do you know the other most famous people from Yakima?
I do not. I'm not familiar. When I drive through Yakima, as I've done to take my son to school, it's very depressing, and I don't see a lot of home of blank.
He was born there. The great Sam Kinison.
Oh. Yeah, I can't say I knew that.
How about that?
Did he spend much time there? Or just...
Now that I don't know.
I don't really think of Yakima when I think of Sam Kinison, but okay.
He was born in Yakima in 1953. The family moved to East Peoria, Illinois when Kinison was 3 months old.
Yeah,
So can he claim
I don't
Yakima?
think you can claim Yakima.
Well, he's dead. He can't really claim anything.
No, but yeah, as long as
You're not giving him that?
no,
You're not saying that Sam Kinison is Yakima's own?
No,
You're not saying that?
no. You moved it 3 months.
Yeah, he was 3 months old.
Come on. And I'm guessing he never went back. Like I moved from Anchorage when I was young, but I went back every year. So my dad still lived there, and even me, like I can't necessarily claim Anchorage as my home.
You don't tell people you're from Alaska.
What?
You don't tell people you're from
No.
Alaska.
No, I was born there. I spent a lot of my childhood there, but I'm from here.
So where you're from is
grew up.
defined by what?
That's where you.
Where you spent the. Well, what if you had multiple?
Well, it's tough because that's like the BTJ has this. My gal, so she split time between between Japan, Texas, and Chicago. So she kind of says.
So what
this-
does she claim?
She'll just say all over.
Well, but that's.
I
But
know.
what if we had to define it? Where is she from?
I think you spend I'm going to say middle school to high school is where you got to claim that you're from.
So where is she from? You don't know, do you?
Japan.
Japan. Okay.
Yeah, she's from Nagoya.
It's no Yakima,
No.
but it'll do.
Yeah. Well, and I just hope Seahawks fans like these.
They're gonna love this one.
I know, and
This is one where
and it
you
scares
talk
me.
about this all the time.
Yeah.
You know, there is disproportionate reaction
Yeah.
to some of these moves.
Yes.
Sometimes we get too high. Sometimes we don't like it enough. Sometimes it's a sneaky good signing that fans are just like, whatever. But this one is going to be one that's pretty good. Depending, I didn't see the contract numbers. Did you?
I haven't seen it.
They're
It
not
just-
out there, I don't
No,
think.
Tom Pelissero had this like literally 6 minutes ago. I haven't seen.
I mean, it's
I haven't
pretty
seen the
good,
numbers.
but it's not. I
No.
think fans are going to be like, oh yeah, this one's amazing, and it's. I mean,
I'll say this. I'm if I had to bet, just throwing out a wager, midway through the year, Seahawks fans, and again, depending on the contract, they're going to be like, "What the hell?"
3 years, $80 million.
whoa.
yeah, okay.
How much guaranteed?
I'm looking for the guaranteed number. I don't see it yet.
Okay.
wow.
Boy,
How old is he now?
he's 31, going to
It's
be
an
32.
8-year veteran.
And
Oof.
I don't know how many times I have to tell people this. Do not sign 30-plus year receivers to third contracts. It does not end well. I think since we if I'm not mistaken, I think there's been like 2 30-plus receivers to sign and have 1,000-yard season. It just doesn't end well. And this is why I'm saying, like, you're going to hear Cooper Kupp and people are going to get excited. Dude, Cooper Kupp the last 3 seasons, and it's not just numbers. Let me also point out the fact that if you go back to his 28-year season, which was 2021, that's when he was the Triple Crown winner. Receptions, yards, touchdowns, they win a Super Bowl, right? Since then, he has played 9, 12, and 11 games.
Oh, bad number. 3 for 45.
Okay. Thank God.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, I don't know if there was. I don't know who was reporting that or if incentives were involved or what.
I
but
about had a heart attack.
45.
I was like, oh my God. So
Well, the
45
report was that he wanted 15 a year
Yeah. And I'm
And he got
guessing, so at 45, I'm guessing 25 guaranteed,
or 30.
somewhere in
Maybe
there.
30.
So the last 3 years, 9, 12, and 11 games. Obviously, the numbers have gone down from 145 catches to 75 to 59 to 67, and touchdowns from 16 now 6, 5, 6. It's not just that. You have to look at the kind of the larger picture. He is getting open last year. When you look at like Warren Sharp does this with some of the advanced statistics, he was one of the 5 worst receivers last year at getting open. He's just not open. He doesn't separate anymore. They call it successful catch percentage. So basically, first down, second down, third down, what sort of the percentage of the yards you need to gain on those catches. Through most of his career, he was one of the best in the NFL. He was in the high 60s. The last 2 years, he's below 50%. So even the catches that he's getting they're not meaningful catches. That means you're getting 3 yards on first down. When it's 3rd and 8, you're catching the ball for 4 yards. Yards after catch isn't there. Like a catch percentage, like catchable balls that are going your way. It's just his targets. Everything the last 3 years in the Rams organization has been Cooper Kupp on a significant downturn, which is why the Rams, it was never an option to bring him back. Does that tell you something? That the Rams, who are a really good organization and have won a Super Bowl with him, homegrown there, right? Said he wanted to play his entire career there. It was never an option to bring him back. They didn't even want to restructure. The Rams just said, hey, man, you're either going to take a trade or we're just going to outright release you. That should tell you something about what the Rams are viewing here. They didn't want him as a really a third option. So while this can still be a productive player, at 32 years old and the last 3 seasons that he's had from an injury standpoint and from an analytics standpoint, there is nothing. Oh, and by the way, he's about to go to an offense that,
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think a lot of it's how they scheme for him.
Yes.
You've got Smith and Jigba, and you've got Valdez-Scantling.
Yeah. So Cooper will be the number 2 guy, right? But with Smith and Jigba, obviously they're going to run the ball more. I don't think he's going to get 100 targets. I just want people to be braced for this, that historically speaking, going to a new offense, not necessarily going to be a great offense. We don't know what to expect out of Sam Darnold, and he is on a 3-year path to being washed, which is kind of what happens to receivers when they turn 29, 30, 31. If he finds a way to turn this around, and you can do it, Adam Thielen did this, right? Adam Thielen looked like he was done. And then he goes to Carolina, and there's been a nice little resurgence there. He's not the old Adam Thielen, so this can happen. But this would be a major outlier if Coop has a resurgence at his age and in this offense. So I just hope Seattle's realistic fans are realistic about what Cooper Kupp is walking through the door, because I think it's a nice little get. I think it's a very low risk. I think you probably paid too much, but you probably had to pay a premium for it because there's not a lot of receivers out there. I'm just not certain that this is going to be one that makes any sort of real difference for Seattle other than it gets fans excited.
Would you rather have Geno and DK for $70 million a year, or Darnold and Kupp for $40 million a year?
I'll take Darnold and Kupp. I don't want to. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money for, I think, a fairly mediocre situation. And so I think I would rather, I'd rather take the less money. And that's the weird part is I think Geno and DK, I don't think they're better. They're better than Darnold and Kupp, but I don't think either one of them gets you where you want to go. So why not take the one that's a little bit cheaper? That's probably 80% of what you're getting from Geno and DK. It's just a weird offseason for Seattle. Again, it goes back into that. I don't think you're any better off today. In fact, I think you're slightly worse than you were.
They're just different.
They're different. It's just, exactly. You weren't a contender before. You're not a contender now. And so I just asked the question, what's the long-term plan other than just to tread water and win 9 or 10 games, but not really be competitive against the elite teams?
I think it seems to me that the long-term plan is to get McDonald's guys in there.
Yeah.
The guys
I have concepts of a plan
that he likes.
Yeah.
You know, DK was a problem.
Yes.
As good as he was,
Did you
he was
hear
a problem.
Schneider yesterday?
No.
So Schneider came out and he kind of, in his own way, threw DK and Geno under the bus and simply said, dude, we wanted him back. And he said flat out, DK did not want to be here. He said DK, for whatever reason, he said, you have to ask him. He didn't want to be here, plain and simple. And with Geno, he said, we wanted Geno back. We made Geno a contract offer. And he basically didn't respond to it. He said Gino never requested a trade, but he said we figured out early on that this was not going to be something that we could get done, which means they had a finite number for Geno Smith. A number said, this is what we're comfortable with. And when Geno and company just said no, they didn't even counter, he said we had to pivot immediately because we had to get on the Darnold thing. So that goes to show you that while they wanted DK and they wanted Geno, they knew that they weren't going anywhere with those guys. So they set a hard limit. And when they knew that that wasn't going to happen, move on.
All right. Cooper Kupp is now a Seahawk. Coming up next, relegation in the ACC on the Fan.
The best basketball party.
Just sportsing.
And it makes me sad. So much hoops.
Yeah, the real good hoops are about to get underway. We've got white versus black. BYU v. Houston.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's about 4 o'clock, so we're just a few minutes away.
Yeah. And then we got North Carolina Duke.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to be talking about jersey colors. You were actually talking about skin color.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not afraid to say it.
No. Look,
It's the white guys versus the black guys.
do we really have to wonder
Black,
which
please. Thank
side
you.
has the whites? I mean, come on.
Well, you guys have a couple black guys.
We do.
Black, please. Thank you.
I don't think Houston has a white guy.
I have told the story before when I was a senior, we played Mississippi State. And when we went out there for the opening snap, we were waiting for the ref to blow the whistle and tell us it's time to go. We had one black player on our offense, and they had one white player on their defense. I was trying to negotiate a trade just so that we could have it balanced out, but they weren't interested in it. They didn't want to. Brian McDonald, who was a great dude, and then he got mad at me for trying to trade him to Mississippi State. I just thought it'd be kind of fun to have, Has that ever happened? Has there ever been a major D1 football game where all 11 players on one side were white and the 11 on the other side were black?
I don't know. You tell me.
I think that would have been one of one.
Maybe like an old school program facing an HBCU or something like that.
Yeah. Look, I get it, like in the 1950s.
Well, yeah, but not recently. I
like
wouldn't think.
2000, for God's sakes.
Could you mix in a black?
We did. One.
Black, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking here. I don't think Houston has a black or a white guy,
Yeah.
and their head coach is black, and your head coach is white.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is a battle of the races.
Hey, look, it's basically a game of chess at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's tough. It's big.
Well, I don't know if you know this about sports, but I
big.
don't bet on the white guy. Although I did. I'm getting 7.5.
You did.
Well,
You
it's
said you did.
my alma mater.
I'm not touching that game.
I'd put $10 on it. It's like
You
whatever.
bet on the white guy with points. There's a difference.
Exactly. 7. Look, they beat us by 31 last time. I'm hoping it's within 15. If you can keep it within 8, great.
Aren't you hoping within 8?
Well, again, it was $10. It was more of this was more of an in good spirit. I'm betting on my guys, and
The color white to me just always works.
see what happens.
I wish I could have more white things.
I'm not delusional about what's about to happen. All right,
I bet it's a good game.
I hope so.
Then we got North Carolina Duke and all that. The ACC is crap this year.
Mm-hmm.
North Carolina, well, Duke was awesome.
Yeah.
But outside of that, North Carolina was down. They're good. They've been hot lately, but they're barely.
For a while there, they were squarely on the bubble. Although
Yeah,
most people think
they're in now, but they were barely even in the tournament.
Yeah.
A while back, and then Clemson is good, and then after that, dude, it's Louisville's pretty
Louisville's
good.
top 15, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but
right?
they're not that great. I mean, it's dude. There's like 50 teams in
It's
that
a
league.
lot of bad. Well, like
It's a lot of bad.
well, Miami a couple years ago was like a Final Four team, and I think they won like 3 games. Dude, they're absolute dog mess, and their coach walked away. I mean, they're all kinds of bad.
So-
Virginia sucks now.
The Stanford coach, who is the old Washington State coach, Kyle Smith, I think that's his name. Kyle Smith.
I believe you are correct.
He has brought up the idea of relegation
Oh,
in the ACC because what's happening is, so you've heard of net rankings and quad 1 wins and all this crap, all this rigmarole that fans are like, what the hell's that?
yeah.
But it's basically the ACC's net ranking sucks because they're playing so many of the bad teams in that league.
Yeah, and it's dragging them down. So whether you win or lose against them, it doesn't really matter. No one
Right.
cares if you beat, a 4-win team.
So the quad one, I don't even know how many quads there are. I think, well, obviously there were 4, but quad 1 is like a win against a top whatever team. Quad 2, less or so, and so on down the line. Well, when you only have basically 2 good teams in your league, nobody has any opportunity for quad 1 wins.
Yeah.
So his idea is to split the ACC, and he says he's talked to the commissioner about this. They're listening to him about this. Split it into 2 9-team divisions, and the top teams play each other more, therefore giving them more chance for quad 1 wins.
Makes sense.
And then he said the bottom team from the top division
Swaps.
goes down for the next season, and the top team in the bottom division moves up. which this year would have been Florida State and Notre Dame. I
So
think.
there would be one spot that gets
Just one.
shifted.
Yeah, but it's not a bad idea because it allows you to play more. Hopefully, play more get more quad one wins, which you need for the tournament.
Yeah, for instance, they take a team like Stanford that's 20-13 on the year, right? Like that, or SMU, North Carolina, all those teams that are 20-23 wins. There's a bunch of teams that are like that, and it comes down to what's your schedule look like, and I can see that. I can see the argument.
So you'd get more cracks at Duke and Clemson and Louisville if you're in the upper division.
Although, does it make an argument, though, that instead of being a 22-win team, maybe you're a 19-win team because you're playing better teams?
Well, yeah, but if you miss the tournament either way,
it doesn't matter, right?
You just got to win those. If you have more opportunities at bigger games, that's what you need to get
more,
in.
Yeah, more bites at the apple.
So I think it's relegation comes up in American sports from time to time. People talk about it all the time with college football realignment or whatever.
Yeah.
And, it definitely works in soccer. I think it's an interesting idea.
Well, because
And for some reason over here, we just can't wrap our heads around it.
Well, let's be fair. This isn't that. This is not regular. We're not doing that here. This is you're still in the same conference.
It's splitting the conference into tiers.
Your schedule changes. The reason why we'll never do this here is because of guaranteed money, right? No one, like all these budgets work on, we are making guaranteed X amount of dollars. And especially in the collegiate ranks, those margins are so thin, it'll never happen. I mean, in professional sports, we don't because there's no lower division, right? We don't have a lower football league. We don't have a lower Major League Baseball league. Like the Tacoma Rainiers are not moving up. That's, it's a AAA team. So there is no minor leagues in any professional sport to have this happen.
Well, college.
And in college, you can't do it again because no school that is worth its sand would ever agree to this because, again, you're working on guaranteed budgets. And with the margins being as thin as they are, you couldn't do this. So this is one way, but you're literally talking about one team, and it's not a revenue thing. It's just a matter of your schedule changes slightly. But no one would ever sign up for the idea of, imagine like Big Ten, right? And you're talking about an $80 million payday. And if you have a bad year or two, you go from 80 million down to 10 million. Like you can't even make that adjustment. And by the way, it's not as if that 80 million is just paying for one sport. It's paying for all sports. So you're having to divvy that up way more than a soccer team having to in Europe. So while it's an interesting idea because they do it in Europe, the structure of the sport that this is in and the nature of it, we don't have anything remotely like that in the United States that we could do this.
All right, we've got the latest on Aaron Rodgers. What is going on with Aaron Rodgers?
Does he have a latest, or is he just
my.
whiny little you-know-what?
There is a report of the latest.
Aaron Rodgers is a little
We're
bitch.
waiting on something, and we'll get to that next on The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the SportsCenter update. First on the fan, some breaking news in the NFL as the Seahawks will sign former Rams receiver and Washington native Cooper Kupp. It's reported to be a 3-year, $45 million deal. Meanwhile, on the hardwood today, the Oregon Ducks lost to Michigan State in the Big Ten tournament, 74-64 the final. Sparty used a 15-0 run in the second half to pull away. Oregon will head back to Eugene and await an at-large bid from the selection committee on Sunday. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, Iowa has fired head coach Fran McCaffrey after 15 seasons with the Hawkeyes. In the ACC, as expected, Duke star Cooper Flagg not playing in the Blue Devils game tonight against rival North Carolina due to the ankle sprain he suffered on Thursday. That game is just set to tip off over on ESPN. And round 2 of the Players' Championship out at TPC Sawgrass sees a two-way tie for first place between Akshay Bhatia and Minwoo Lee. They are both 11 under for the tournament. JJ Spawn is 10 under, one off the lead. Meanwhile, Rory McIlroy, Colin Morikawa, both 2 shots off the lead at 9 under, while Scotty Scheffler, Ricky Fowler, and Patrick Cantlay are all 5 under par. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
If you can find the time to explore the mind of a stripper, then you can find the time to spend with your actual family.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Damn! What they on? All steroids and no carbs? Them some thick-ass kids.
This is Primetime.
We're not like you. We're grown-ups.
Your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Oh, my goodness.
Here are Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Yeah, here we are. That's right.
Right here.
What are you going to do about it?
Nothing.
Wing and a foul.
Well, plus we're free. No one's having to pay for this, so if you don't like it, cram it. It's free programming, for God's sakes. What do you want out of us?
Joey Harrington is going to be on at 5:30. Very special day, as he'll be in here a little bit early. Behind the scenes, he'll be warming up to try to speed walk the 40 in under 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And when he comes on at 5:30, we will tell you if he was able to do it.
I think it's going to be close.
I think so, too.
Yeah. It's nip and tuck time.
Big day here at Odyssey.
Has a first-round quarterback ever tried in his 40s to speed walk a 40-yard dash?
That's a great question.
I don't know if this may be the first of its kind.
So if he does it, he's the record holder.
I believe that would be the case. And can we also just real quick acknowledge just truly how bad this stupid Big 12 court is?
Well, we already did that.
It's just, it gets worse every time I see it. It makes it really hard to watch the game.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day. They have the Roman numerals, the X and the like 12 on the floor. Like it's like Louis Vuitton.
It's just so bad.
Yeah, their commissioner said it's supposed to be upscale, so there you have it.
It's horrific.
Yeah.
And it does make it hard to watch.
Yeah. It's gonna I have a seizure. It's like back in the day watching one of those 3D painting things that if you like unfocus your eyes, you see a spaceship behind it.
What was I going to tell you?
I don't know.
What was I going to tell you?
Couldn't tell you.
What was I going to tell you?
Again, don't know.
Should I ask you again?
You can go one more time, but unless I have some sort of psychic ability, I don't know where you were going with it. We're talking about Joey Harrington, first of its kind.
No, I got Aaron Rodgers news.
Oh, yeah. Is it Aaron Rodgers non-news?
It seems like I was going to tell you something else, though. Yeah, it kind of is, but people want to know what the hell's going on with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
And The Athletic had a report today that laid out what's going on with Aaron Rodgers.
And that would be...
Oh, you want to know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so he is a free agent.
First time in his career.
And they're saying that Rodgers wants to go to the Vikings, but the Vikings don't know whether they want Rodgers. And so what's happening is the Vikings are still kind of getting they're trying to figure out what they're going to do at quarterback.
Sure.
And while they wait, Rodgers is waiting for them.
Yeah. Well,
that's really what's happening.
Yeah, because the talk was that it was the Giants or the Steelers, and they basically both want Aaron Rodgers, and, no one's going to make a move until he decides. And then there was the report maybe a day or two ago that all of a sudden Minnesota had entered their hat into the ring. And Rodgers obviously would rather go to Minnesota. I mean, come on. That is by far the best situation. Plus, it would be hilarious to see the Brett Favre career arc come full circle. It'd be amazing. But, when you bring Aaron Rodgers in, and this is what we talked about, two things. Are you willing to bring in the headache that comes with Aaron Rodgers for the production you're going to get? And is Aaron Rodgers willing to play inside the structure of Kevin O'Connell's system? Because for years, the knock, and that was the rub with like Matt LaFleur, is Aaron Rodgers wants to run the Aaron Rodgers offense, which is predicated upon Aaron Rodgers, total control, quick passes, get out to the flats. You know, that we all know the Aaron Rodgers total control at the line of scrimmage. And that's not what Minnesota runs. Far from it. So I think when you say, does Minnesota want Aaron Rodgers? I think that's the two-pronged attack. Is Aaron Rodgers going to be a bitch to J.J. McCarthy because he historically has not been great working with younger quarterbacks? Supposedly Zach Wilson and him were okay, though. So can you square that away? Is Aaron Rodgers willing to not do the darkness retreat, Pat McAfee sort of crap? I guarantee Minnesota's like, hey, man, if you want to go be on a podcast every week and air our dirty business, we're not doing that. Like, this is not what we're about here. And the other one is, can you play in the structure of our offense? And if the answer to those three questions are yes, one, buyer beware, because I'm not sure that those are going to be real answers. But if you can get those assurances, why not bring Aaron Rodgers in? And then the other one is, how much money does he want? And is he okay? What happens if J.J. McCarthy actually beats him out? And is Aaron Rodgers okay with that? Or does he want guarantees of being the guy? I do think there's a lot to work out if you're Minnesota before you decide to dive into the Aaron Rodgers pool. And I think that's a shallow pool, by the way.
Yeah, so Favre played in Green Bay till he was 39.
Yeah.
Or no, 38. And then when he turned 39, he went to the Jets for 1 year, and then he played 2 seasons in Minnesota at ages 40 and 41. Rodgers played in Green Bay till he was 39, played technically 2 seasons with the Jets, even though he technically didn't even play a game in that first season.
He played, 2 snaps?
But that at age 40 and 41.
Hey, double it up. It was 4 snaps.
Oh, hey.
Was it?
One of them was a penalty, though, so I don't think it counted.
I think that's right, but I think 4 total plays.
And now if he goes to Minnesota, he would need, 2 more years in Minnesota, ages 42, 43, and that is Brett Favre. The only difference is he played 1 extra season with the Jets.
Yeah.
And he was a little older.
I just know if I'm a Giants fan right now, realize that I am sitting around. And by the way, if I'm their GM or head coach, it's my ass on the line this year. If it doesn't go well, if I don't win 10, 11 games, I'm getting fired. Realize that you are sitting around waiting on one of 3 choices. Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson. Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco?
Oh, yeah. They brought Flacco in. Russell Wilson and Joe Flacco are the other 2 quarterbacks that have visited the Giants.
If this were 15 years ago.
Exactly, right? Like, you are sitting around like, you've stepped in it when the savior for your job is one of those 3 players.
Yeah, it's tough. Apparently, the same Athletic article says the Giants have offered Rodgers the most money. But he doesn't want to go there. He wants to go to Minnesota.
Well, of course he does.
And if he doesn't go to Minnesota, he'll probably go to Pittsburgh.
Well, because the Giants are the worst of those 3.
So everybody's waiting.
And they're also the most desperate of the 3 because, again, their GM and coach are going to get fired. Always remember this. Teams make dumb decisions all the time because you're going to get fired if you don't do something desperate, which is why I hate lame duck coaches and GMs. Like the Giants decided they were like, all right, we're going to give you 1 more year. Just fire them. Because if you go into the offseason and tell your GM and tell your coach, hey, it's do or die time, you are going to lead those people to make worse decisions because it's not based on what actually makes you better in the long run. It's based on what can I do to save my job.
Based on desperation.
Yes. Cleveland falls into this right now. The Giants fall into this right now, where you're just kind of forced to make knee-jerk reactions, whereas like maybe at a place like New Orleans and a place like Tennessee, Denver that ate a bunch of dead money last year, the Raiders this year, you've given them some runway to say, okay, if you're bad, that's all right. We'll take our medicine. We'll lose 4 or 5 games and we'll move on. And and that should be enough unless you're like Gerard Mayo and then they fire you after 1 year. So even when you think you have a runway, you really don't. But it's just amazing how many dumb decisions get made based on, oh my God, I'm going to lose my job.
In other news, are you worried that BYU might not score tonight?
It's not going well right now.
Has there ever been a shutout in basketball?
I don't think so, but it's early. It's early. It is
First time out.
It's 9-0.
Houston is up 9-0.
Well, although to be fair, I got it at 7.5, so I'm not down 9.
You're only down 2.5.
Yeah,
You're down 3.
I'm all right.
Well, they need to score. If you're going to win your bet, they probably need to
Probably
score.
need to score right now.
But I will say, this will encourage you.
Mhm.
This is exactly how the first BYU-Iowa State game started. Iowa State was smothering them. I think they had like 5 points at the 10-minute mark.
Look what happened.
And they won in overtime. I think they hit 90 in that game.
They did hit 90 in that game.
Yeah,
I think it was 90-87 in OT.
So,
Problem is, Houston is not
they're
Iowa
better.
State.
They're better.
Yeah, Houston's really good.
Yeah.
Houston might be the best team in the country.
The black guys better than the white guys.
I know.
So far.
Hey, we ran out 2 black guys. We're doing our best.
You
all
have
right?
2?
We got 2 that we ran out there, and one of them had a headband. So
I was looking for the lowest scoring college basketball games ever. And in 1980, Oregon State and Stanford played to an 18-16 affair.
God. In 1980?
Yeah. January 28th, 1980, Oregon State wins by 2.
18-16?
Yeah. In 1973, lowest scoring game ever, Tennessee beat Temple 11-6.
6?
Yes.
I don't think we're going to get there.
God.
Pretty confident we can.
11-6? Who would even watch that?
It was back in the day, man.
And that's the lowest by 5 points.
Well, that was like back when.
So there was almost a shutout.
Remember when they
6.
the old Hoosiers, right?
They got 3 damn buckets.
Yeah. Well, remember obviously the movie Hoosiers, the late great Gene Hackman. And that was the real story of it. Was in the movie it was Hickory. I think in real life it's like Milan. I think was the name of the little town and the school. But that was before the shot clock. I think that game was in the teens because the Hoosier, the team that won, the little squad, they just held the ball for like 8 minutes at a time because they knew they couldn't play with them, so they would just run the 4 corners.
Yeah, Princeton used to do that, right?
Yeah, they just stand there in the corner and be like, well, let's hold on to the ball here for 6 or 7 minutes and then run our patented bounce pass and then try to win the game like, 12-8. Or, girls basketball back in the day.
Makes you appreciate Loyola Marymount, doesn't it?
Yes.
Paul West.
I always get Westfall and Westfield.
Westfall.
Westfall.
No, Westhead and Westfall
Oh.
were the 2 guys.
Yeah. Bo Kimball and Hank Gathers.
Which, was it Westfall?
I get it.
No, it was Paul Westhead.
No, it was Paul Westhead.
Westhead.
I
He was,
get him
because he came to
confused.
Oregon too, right?
He
was the women's coach?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
the guru of Go.
Yeah, guru of Go. All right, up next, who will win the Vetter Cup on the Fan?
The home of Dirt and Spray.
The Seattle Seahawks signed Sam Darnold 3 years, $100.5 million deal with $55 million guaranteed, despite losing Lockett, despite trading
The Fan.
Here. Houston 17, BYU 3.
Hey,
and no, this is not football.
No, hey, we're making a comeback here. It was 15-0, and since being down 15-0, we've outscored them 3-2. So the comeback's on. The problem is they seem much bigger and more athletic, and we can't score on them.
I would say they seem better.
Yeah.
Well, they beat you by 30 the first time?
31.
God, this is what's scary about Houston. BYU's good, and they're doing this to them.
Yeah, our offense just looks completely...
It's just a bad matchup.
There's just nothing they can do.
Yeah.
I mean,
you got to get more black guys.
They are up in BYU's grill. Look, we're throwing the 2 we got. What more do you want?
You don't have any black guys on the bench you can put in there?
Not really. We play kind of the 2. That's about what we're working with.
Anybody in the stands, maybe?
It's possible.
Help you out a little bit. Andy Reid's there.
Yeah.
He's a BYU Cougar.
He knows some black guys.
Yeah, maybe Reid can call in some black guys for you.
We need something. We need something right now.
Andy Reid, by the way, looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like maybe he's dropped a couple lbs.
Yeah, dropped a couple lbs. The mustache looks great.
Well, he's getting longer in the tooth. So
how old is old Andy Reid these days?
I think he's like 66.
Wow,
he's in his late 60s.
Well, hey,
he was a BYU offensive lineman.
66
really?
is correct.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He was a BYU lineman, and he started his career, him and Mike Holmgren. Like, that was part of the Lavelle Edwards kind of coaching tree.
So I've got news on the Vetter Cup. This will excite you.
Yeah, I saw this. I didn't.
Yeah, I know you love Eddie Vedder.
I do love Eddie Vedder. I think he's a national treasure.
He definitely is a national treasure. The victor in the annual season series between the Padres and Mariners will now win the Vetter Cup.
Yes.
A trophy designed by Pearl Jam lead singer Eddie Vedder.
I was a little thrown because he's more of a Cubs fan than he is a Padres fan, but I get it. He's kind of claims all 3.
The award is part of a charity drive benefiting the epidermolysis.
Sure.
Epidermolysis?
Is that what?
I don't know.
No, I think it's epidermolysis. Belosa Research Partnership.
Okay.
If anybody knows what that is.
I don't.
That is an organization co-founded by Eddie and Jill Vedder.
Okay.
The charity is dedicated to funding research to discover treatments and cures for, here we go again, epidermolysis bullosa, a condition that causes blistering of the skin.
Does one of them have it?
I don't know.
Could you just...
Yeah.
I feel
We
like
need
when
to
you're
make it
doing
easier.
something like this, you got to make it a little snappier than that.
It's a little tough.
Like,
I agree.
hey, Eddie Vedder skin stuff. Come help us out.
Right. The Padres and Mariners play two series against each other every season. This year they meet in May, and then again, and that's in Seattle, and then in August in San Diego.
Well, that's cool.
So very important.
Because he does split time. He's not. I think he's split time between the 2, even though he's a diehard Cubs fan. I think he bounces now between. He's got a home up in the Puget Sound, and then he's got one down in San Diego. So that makes sense. And the Mariners share a training facility with the Padres.
Yeah, I was wondering why the Cubs weren't involved here.
Yeah, maybe they just don't play enough.
But okay.
National League, American League,
Do you
I
think
thought you were gonna
that
say the Mariners shared a training facility with Pearl Jam, but no.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Do you think that the Vetter Cup will inspire the players to play harder for those games?
I'm guessing no.
No, you don't think so?
It's still pretty cool. It's like when they try to tell us that the NBA whatever cup means anything, and everyone's like, "Yeah, no, I don't."
I think it's just the NBA Cup, isn't it?
I thought they gave it like a sponsor's name. I thought it was now.
Yeah, I want to say it was like Emirates Airline got the title, so it was like the Emirates Cup, but then it was also the NBA Cup.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, it's dumb and no one cares. And to be honest with you, no one cares about this. But I love Pearl Jam and Eddie Vedder, so I think this is kind of cool.
How many? Do you think any of the players will even know about the Vetter Cup?
Ooh.
Will anybody?
Look, Pearl Jam's getting a little long in the tooth. That's more of a our generation sort of thing. So
Over
I'm
or
guessing
under 1.5 players knows about this.
I'll go over.
On each team?
Yeah.
About the cup and the trophy and all that?
I'll go over.
Over?
It's not going to be many.
But it's going to be close.
Well, look, if you're a 22-year-old kid from the Dominican Republic, I'm not certain that Pearl Jam is really... We need more like the Bad Bunny Cup, I think would maybe something like the Reggaetron Cup, I think maybe a little more meaningful to those guys.
Why don't you get your buddy Lars Ulrich to make us a cup? the Lars Ulrich Cup.
I think that'd be more of a San Francisco Bay Area sort of thing. They do have a Metallica night with the Giants and the Sharks. every night, every year they do that.
They do branded giveaways and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they come out and they play
do
the national
anthem,
anthem and they do that. So they're Giants and Sharks fans. I'm not certain that there's a real connection. That, and we don't really have any sports that they would. We don't have hockey and we don't have baseball. We don't really, I don't think Metallica's big NBA guys that I know of.
And for our final story here, before we get to in the news, we've got a little dust up between DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons.
Yeah, again. I feel like Micah Parsons, as good as he is, dude, he's kind of got some Kevin Durant online bitch stuff.
Well, he's big on it. He does a podcast and he's really out there.
Yeah.
Like he likes to be. He's right in the middle of it.
Sure.
All of it.
Now, I would never say that to his face because he's a terrifying individual, but
yeah, I think he's a little off kilter.
He's very sensy. He's the modern day athlete and he's very sensy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not like the olden days when you played.
Well, I mean, just
what was that?
Well, the idea when we didn't have social media, but I don't know. I do feel like some of the guys that were in the league back when I was attempting to play because I didn't. A lot of the guys that I played with, like you're in a locker room with Bill Romanowski. Bill Romanowski is not putting up with this. There's just not. There was more of an edge to those guys. Charles Haley is not. If Charles Haley was on the Cowboys, Charles Haley would slap the S out of Micah Parsons for his little online Twitter feud.
Yeah, Charles Haley was crazy.
He was terrifying.
So DeMarcus Lawrence is now with your Seahawks. Yeah. And when he arrived in the Pacific Northwest, he was speaking to blogger Brian Nemhauser. Mm-hmm. He's a Seahawks blogger. You may know Brian Nemhauser.
That I don't, but
And Lawrence said, a change in scenery is always good, but Dallas is my home. I made my home there. My family lives there. I'm forever going to be there, but I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So yeah, we here.
We have a 10-second clip. I think this is that. Hold on.
Dallas is my home. I made my home there. My family lives there. I'm forever going to be there, but, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So,
so
this is the part I don't understand. If you've built your home in Dallas, you played there 10 years, and this is where you're going to live, and you say that you're Dallas through and through, and you wanted to come back to Dallas, they just couldn't meet your financial demands. Why do you go on a podcast and then crap all over the organization that you claim that you love? Like what? And your former teammates? That just seems like an idiotic thing.
Well, Parsons saw that or heard it, and he took to the social meds and said, this what rejection and envy look like. This some clown S.
Again, as dumb as it is to say that, it's also dumb of Micah Parsons. Like, why? What good does this do? And then, of course, Lawrence has to fire back at Micah Parsons.
So Lawrence, he said, calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left.
That's the best line of this exchange.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And of course, Micah Parsons is going to come back. Well, why don't you actually get on the field and then maybe we would have won. I mean, for him to call out Micah Parsons for being the reason why Dallas doesn't win. I mean, that's silly too, dude. He's 10 times the player that Lawrence was. But this is just these online Twitter. Now I'm waiting for someone to be like, find me in the street, or when you come back down to Dallas, anytime you want this smoke,
it's fate on sight,
right?
Is Micah Parsons currently sprinting to Seattle to fight DeMarcus Lawrence?
Exactly, right. It's just the same. It's the same crap, and it's kind of embarrassing. Like if I was a Cowboys teammate and I was a leader, I would pull him aside and be like, dude, why? Like what?
Well, I do think that's a thing with Parsons is that.
What?
And it's not to say that he's the reason why Dallas isn't winning. There's a lot of reasons why Dallas isn't winning titles, but there is a thing about him that he's not, his eyes off the ball a lot with some of this off the field stuff and social media and thin-skinned. And
he certainly loves him some Micah Parsons.
I mean, that
we know that.
We want a guy who, I just want ballers.
Yeah. Well, Dallas has so many problems. I mean, I could give you an hour straight on what's wrong with the Dallas Cowboys. And
Smiles
I'll tell you what,
and glory holes.
It would be 55 minutes into that hour before I got to Micah Parsons. But yeah,
that's fair.
There is an element to that I don't know if you want the leader of your defense to be Micah Parsons. I'm just not certain that can be the guy that sets the tone for your defense with all the other stuff. You'd rather have a player, even if he wasn't as good as Micah Parsons, you wish you had a player on your defense that was, even if he wasn't the same player, let's say your middle linebacker, that could actually be the focal point and kind of be the tone setter for your defense, as opposed to someone like Micah Parsons.
All right. Well, it's time for In the News. We got to move on. Babies.
It's
My beautiful babies.
It's 23-11.
Yeah, they're hanging in there.
How about that, boo-boo?
They got 11 at the 9-minute mark. Is that good?
I don't think that's good. No, we're pacing 22 for the half. I don't think that's going to get it done.
Do you like spiked ice cream?
I don't know if I've ever had it.
I don't think I have either.
Wow.
But it's a thing.
Do I have a whole new alcohol delivery system coming my way?
You do. It's coming to Portland.
Rum raisin.
We'll get to that next on In the News, but first, here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan. On the hardwood today, the Oregon Ducks lost to Michigan State in the Big Ten tournament. 74-64 was the final. Sparty used a 15-0 run in the second half to pull away. Oregon will head back to Eugene and regroup as they wait for an at-large bid from the selection committee on Sunday. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, Iowa has fired head coach Fran McCaffrey after 15 seasons with the Hawkeyes. And in the ACC, as expected, Duke star Cooper Flagg sitting out for the Blue Devils tonight against the North Carolina Tar Heels. That game is underway currently over on ESPN. Duke has a 3-point lead midway through the first half. Some breaking news in the NFL this afternoon. The Seahawks signing receiver Cooper Kupp to a 3-year, $45 million deal. He was a 6-time Pro Bowler in 8 seasons with the Rams. And round 2 of the Players' Championship out at TPC Sawgrass. 2 players atop the leaderboard, Akshay Bhatia and Minwoo Lee, both 11 under par for the tournament. J.J. Spawn alone in second at 10 under par, while Rory McIlroy and Colin Morikawa are 2 shots off the lead at 9 under. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The ultimate basketball party, Fan Madness, is back. March 20th and 21st at the Stadium Sports Bar at A&A Sportsbook. More info at 1080thefan.com.
Well, I tell you who's going to need a personal injury attorney after tonight. It's your boys at BYU. My God.
It's not going well. We're getting assaulted. And you know
only
what?
9
You're not
now.
allowed to assault people.
They are getting assaulted. Like, yes, they're only down 9, but my God, they're getting beat up.
They're just getting beat up. And I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
They got to call Donikin, I
Yeah,
think.
they're beating up Tater Tot Boy, and it's no good. So if you've been assaulted on or off the court, there's only one person or people that you need to get in contact with, and that's the advocates. I'm not sure they would take this case because Ken's a Utah man.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he went to the University of Utah.
He would hang up the phone on you.
I know. I think I'd call him when I got a case for you, Ken. I think he'd slam the phone down on me and then laugh, and I don't appreciate that.
And then Donnie would pick up the phone and be like, "What you got?"
Exactly.
That's why they're a great team.
One of them's going to do it for you.
Well, consultations are always free. There's no risk in calling to see whether the advocates will be able to help you. And listen, they don't get paid until you win. So it doesn't matter how severe or the lack of severity of your injuries. If you have been injured at all, just call them. You need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Go to their website, advocateslaw.com.
Hey, it's Suk from my friends at Vulcan Design and Construction.
him in the building within the next 20, 30
Yeah,
minutes.
I think he'll be here soon. He's got to get his massage, get in the training room, get stretched out.
Well, he was foam rolling. He was saying
Yeah.
he's on a stretching program. He's battling a hip problem right now.
So Joey in studio today, 5:30. It is currently March 14, 2025. It is time for In the News. I'm your noted and humble newsman. It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is National Reuben Sandwich Day.
I like a good Reuben.
Tasty.
I mean, sandwiches in general are delicious.
And this is fitting. It is also White Day.
Oh, well, there you go. The whites.
So,
Not going to say anything else.
why not?
It's uncomfortable. I know that I'll probably have to join a white supremacist gang. I knew that was it.
I just have always preferred the white.
knew that
I'm
was
asking
coming, too.
where the white power rankings go. The color white to me just always works. I wish I could have more white things.
And here's the worst one.
Oh, yeah, they signed that brown guy, and then I went right past it. I knew it.
Unbelievable.
When the moment you said it was National White Day, I was like, oh, God.
What?
Here
Unbelievable.
comes the barrage.
Anybody catch the blood moon last night?
I did not.
Hey, I did.
Did you?
Was it good?
Well, I went out to walk the dog, and I'm like, oh, yeah, Isaac said there was a lunar eclipse. And I looked up, and about half of it was covered with the shadow of the Earth.
Was it cool?
Sure. I was like, can I take a picture of it? And you look through your phone, and you're like, nope, just good enough for the naked eye, not really to take a picture.
Doesn't look cool in the pictures?
It's fine.
Last night, I saw everyone posting about it on Twitter.
Oh, really?
And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then I thought about going outside, and then I didn't.
I don't know if I could. I mean, I guess Buck saw it in, where are you, Beaverton?
Yeah, it was clear as a bell around,
It was
I don't know,
clear?
it was like 10:15 or so. So it was starting to do the thing where it's fully covered, but it was still half out there.
There are actually some cool pictures of it from Seattle.
Yeah.
The Space Needle and all that.
It just looked kind of crappy out, and it was cloudy. I didn't know how much, and I was like, I don't need to go stand outside. It was quite cold. Very rarely does the...
Such commitment from you.
Well, I don't know about it. Like, anytime they have one of these events and it's occurring at night, I just... That's my level of commitment. I take one look, and I'm like, I got to put on shoes. I'm like, I'm right here.
The Shamrock Run is returning to Portland on Sunday.
Ah, yes.
You going to be running in the Shamrock
I
Run?
thought about it again, and then I decided no.
No, you didn't. You thought about it?
Yeah, I thought
Have you run this? No, you didn't. I don't see you
No,
running.
I was going to run it the one year, and then COVID happened, and I was like, well, God, I'd been training for it. I was
You
all
would have
geared
broke
up.
the record.
I was all geared up for it, and then COVID happened, and then, of course, I was like, hey, if you're not going to let me run it during COVID, I'm just out. So now I'm kind of over the Shamrock Run, It's not really in my wheelhouse.
15,000 runners.
Yeah.
Road closures, they're saying, will begin as early as 5 p.m. tomorrow. The first race is Sunday at 7:45. All races are on NATO Parkway, at least they begin on NATO Parkway between the Hawthorne and Burnside bridges. All bridges will remain open, and all roads west of First will remain open. But other than that, you're screwed.
What time does the first race happen?
7:45.
Because I will say, I am going to the Kells boxing match tonight down there where they're doing that.
Wondering
and I
if
am
you're still
going
gonna be up?
Wildly drunk. And I was going to say, if that was like a 5 a.m. start, there's a chance that I could see the start of the
Well, no,
race.
this is Sunday.
Oh.
Not tomorrow.
I'm out then. But yeah, that's a good time down there. If you ever, because they do a whole festival down there. Kells puts on a big thing on the waterfront. They got concerts. That's a good time. It's a good time. We go to the boxing event every year, and it's St. Patrick's Day itself can be a lot, but we do some cool stuff around the city leading up to because St. Patrick's Day is what, Tuesday, Monday?
Monday.
I believe it's Monday this year.
Yeah.
So it's been about a year and a half since we first learned that Portland could be on the verge of getting an ice cream spot that features ice cream with booze in it.
Mm-hmm.
This was all the way back in November of 2023 when the Willamette Week reported that Portland's first Tipsy Scoop would open on North Mississippi.
Is it here?
Well, they kept moving the dates back and back and back and back and back. But now they are saying that Tipsy Scoop will open Friday, May 2nd.
I am intrigued about eating my alcohol, but I don't. Does alcohol and ice cream does that blend well together?
I mean,
I don't know.
I'm not going to go out of my way to consume it.
I think it'll be fine.
Yeah.
The ice creams are going to be good. If you're trying to get a buzz from booze, you're not going to go eat the ice cream because of it. If you want really great ice cream, they might have some good flavors. It's going to be a novelty
I guess
thing.
my question is why? Why?
Well, I think
what are we doing?
I think alcohol, that's why.
Well, I know, but with alcohol, just go to a bar. I just have it at home. I don't need to go get ice cream.
See, here's the thing. People often get shamed for sitting in a bar, which shame on you for being shamed. It's fantastic. So I think the idea of like alcohol in fun ways, it's more of like, this is going to be like a cheesy date night spot. That way you don't feel bad about drinking on a Wednesday night. You go and get a scoop, but I don't know. I do like a White Russian, so I mean that's got some cream in it. Why not throw a scoop of ice cream in there and make like an alcoholic root beer float? Could be intriguing to me.
They're calling them barlers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like parlor.
Yeah.
Ice cream parlor.
Barlers.
Barler. They have a location in New York City, Washington, D.C., Bahamas, and Portland's will be at 3987 North Mississippi Avenue. It'll be the first West Coast location. They're working with local partners like Wild Roots for a Marion Berry vodka ice cream.
Yeah.
Portland Syrups for delicious ice cream sundae toppings. Tipsy Scoop celebrates its opening with $1 scoops for the first 25 peeps.
Oh, just 25.
Yeah, that's not very many, is it?
That's going to go quick. Because I've had like alcoholic milkshakes before. I've had that.
Yeah, I've had a boozy milkshake.
Yeah, you're on. I mean, that's like a pina colada. It's the same theory. But I don't know if I've ever just had. Because this isn't like ice cream that you're just pouring alcohol on. It's like built into the ice cream.
Yeah, it's built in there. Hammer and nails.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think I'm out.
Look, it's not. I don't think I will seek out Tipsy Scoops, but I promise you, this is the sort of place that the BTJ will go because she hears it's, quote, cute. She will go to places solely based on the cuteness factor. And if this has like some sort of elaborate design and is like cute decor, then I will go at some point because it's adorable.
They've probably got like some cool like hot neon piping around, and you can do a peace sign with your ice cream in front and then post it to Instagram.
Oh, if there's a chance to Instagram us with a boozy ice cream while her making the peace sign, I guarantee at some point we will be at Tipsy Scoops. And then here will be in my frustration is we'll go to Tipsy Scoops. It'll be like $19.50 for a scoop of ice cream, and there'll be like a quarter shot of rum mixed in with my ice cream.
Yeah, someone said how much booze is in it. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, bro.
I don't think there would be enough that it could get you really messed up.
I don't know, brohim.
But eating your alcohol, like if you ever go on like a tropical vacation, slice a watermelon in half and like pour some rum or vodka in there and let it sit and then eat it. It's delightful.
Deal says, do I really need to hide my alcoholism that much?
Well, and I think people do try to hide their drinking. And they disguise it around these sorts of things.
Yeah.
But this will be the wrong way to do that. Like I still don't think you're getting turned up on a double scoop.
I'm with you. Yeah. Well, and it's probably I tell you where they got you, where it's good, is if you have a barler, but you also have just regular ice cream.
Yeah.
So you can take the kids.
Yeah.
But then you can also get a little tipsy.
And it's just going to come down
to
is it good ice cream?
Yeah, but see, I think ice cream's always good. It's a bit like pizza. I mean, there's better than, ice cream. There's some that's better than others, but it's all good. It's because it's ice cream. This is why Salt and Straw works.
Hell yeah, that's good pizza.
I mean, you have Thanksgiving dinner ice cream. Like, who think that doesn't sound good, but you know why it's good?
It's
because it's ice cream.
Yeah, it's a valid point. Look, I'll let you know when I get sucked into going to Tipsy Scoop. I'll let you know how it is. Don't worry, we'll Instagram.
Yeah, I want to review.
Yeah. Hashtag Tipsy Scoop. Peace.
All right, we have a fraud scheme coming up next. This is in the news, March 14, 2025, on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
He's getting a lot of fluids, IV fluids, before the game while it's dark, which helps the Ramadan. I asked the trainers and him, can we get something in the IV to help his defense?
Oh my God.
They said they're going to work on that.
Freaking Rick Pitino.
Look at him.
The guy's just a treasure.
Hey, they were losing last time I checked.
He was talking about, Marquette.
I think down 2 at the half.
Yeah, they're losing. But they're really good this year. But, a lot of guys are fasting for Ramadan, and so they're all tired out there.
Yeah. Give them something to help their defense. Rick, I love you out there doing
So
bits.
cute. Right now at Window Nation, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy, plus 0 interest, 0 payments for 2 years. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com and schedule a free in-home estimate.
Primetime owns the water cooler.
You bitched and moaned until we got a water cooler outside of the office.
By the way, got that done.
How long before Isaac demands trim finger sandwiches and caviar?
So I was talking to Cooley, and
The Fan.
All right, we're back. It is in the news, March 14, 2025. Have one more story for you guys here. It's about a fraud scheme. A Portland couple were sentenced to 57 months in federal prison on Wednesday for stealing $34 million from 2 former clients through their chauffeur and limousine business.
Damn. How do you steal 30? Well, I guess if you're using a chauffeur limousine business, maybe those are the big wigs, but God, 34 million.
Astra Car Services LLC. The couple, Sergey and Galina Lebedenko, will serve 3 years of supervised release with restitution to be determined later. They met their victim in 2007 when Sergey was hired as a driver. By 2018, he was driving the victim almost daily, while Galena managed the victim's personal tasks, including bill payments and pet care. Despite the extensive services provided, no written contract existed, and the couple charged the victim's credit card directly, often without invoices. The fraudulent activity spanned 7 years, during which the Lebedenkos charged exorbitant amounts, such as $18,000 in a single day for minor tasks.
How much money did this guy have?
A lot, apparently.
I was going to say, like, you got an $18,000 charge and you just were like, it's fine.
The stolen funds financed a lavish lifestyle, including the purchase of 14 properties, 7 vehicles, and luxury items like jewelry and gold bars.
By the way, does that seem a little light that you stole $34 million and you get 3 years of release? Like 3 years of basically house arrest?
It definitely does. The court has ordered the forfeiture of assets acquired through the fraud, including real estate and financial accounts, with the government seeking remission of these assets to the victim.
Yeah, they're not getting $34 million back. He's lucky if he gets a quarter of that back. I just can't believe, like...
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's just not... That's not a lot of time at all.
No, they didn't even have to go to jail.
No, you just get 3 years of basically supervised hanging out.
Now, how much, I don't know who these old rich people are, but are you paying attention to anything?
No, clearly not.
I mean, anything?
No.
You never see your bill? You never...
$34 million over 7 years, and it never once was like,
Ron, are you paying attention?
Nope.
I mean, it goes to show you. I mean, if you have that much money, maybe it just doesn't matter. You know, I mean, if you're worth $1 billion, was over 34 over 7 years, right? So you're stealing, 4 or 5 million a year. I mean, I guess it's all relative. What if someone was stealing, like, let's say $1,000 from you a year, and they were working for you on a daily basis? Would you notice it? And maybe that's all this is.
Yeah.
Is they just don't care. Especially because it sounds like the one gal was in charge of the finances, right?
Right.
So if you're the one and you just tell the guy, I don't know, he's like, all the bills paid? Yeah, it's all good.
This is right out of Office Space. It's only a little bit, and they won't even notice that it's gone. And Jennifer Aniston's like, how is that not stealing again?
Yeah. Pretty much. It's pennies. They'll never notice it.
All right, that's your in the news. March 14, 2025, brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at AdvocatesLaw.com.
Yeah, by the way, we're going into half here, and BYU's down by 20.
All right.
And in case you're wondering,
Could
BYU
be worse.
has... Well, it's not good when we're going into the half, BYU's down by 20, and BYU has 20.
Could be worse.
So if Houston doesn't score another point, BYU can tie this thing and send it into overtime.
Could be worse.
Meanwhile, it appears Caitlin Clark is in attendance at the Big Ten tournament tonight.
All right. Duke's hammering North Carolina.
Yeah.
Who needs Cooper Flagg?
Apparently not Duke.
All right, well, that's your in the news. Coming up next, the Hot 5-5, and we're expecting a momentary arrival.
There you go.
From Joey Harrington. He's coming in stewed.
He's got to walk.
Yep.
Speed walk.
It's a big night.
When I'm keeping my eye on him, there will be no jogging.
Big
There will be a walk.
All right, we'll reset that and get you the Hot 5 at 5 next on The Fan.
Catch OSU Beavers baseball tonight.
McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, some breaking NFL news out of Seattle. The reports indicate the Seahawks will sign former Rams wide receiver and Washington native Cooper Kupp to a 3-year, $15 million deal. Kupp had spent his entire 8-year career in L.A. and made 6 Pro Bowls. On the hardwood today, the Oregon Ducks lost to Michigan State in the Big Ten tournament. 74-64, the final. Sparty used a 15-0 run in the second half to pull away. Oregon will head back to Eugene and await their at-large bid from the selection committee on Sunday. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, Iowa has fired head coach Fran McCaffrey after 15 seasons with the Hawkeyes. In the ACC, as expected, Duke star Cooper Flagg not playing tonight in the Blue Devils game against North Carolina. That appears to be inconsequential as Duke is blowing their rival out currently. And round 2 of the Players' Championship out at TPC Sawgrass, a two-way tie atop the leaderboard between Minwoo Lee and Akshay Bhatia. They're both 11 under for the tournament. J.J. Spawn alone in second at 10 under. Rory McIlroy and Colin Morikawa both 9 under par, 2 shots off the lead, while Justin Thomas went 10 under today, 1 shot off the course record. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The inside story on the Blazers, Ducks, and Beavers. Danny and Dusty. Weekdays noon to 3 on the Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanet.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Friday. It's your Sports Bros, Rob and Sook. I'm Rob. Big Sook's right over there.
Right here.
And it is official. Joey Harrington is in the building.
Warming up as we speak.
The ladies were lined up at the door welcoming him and his handsomeness, and his hair looks on point again.
It's on point.
So what's going down today is that he'll be on with us in studio at 5:30, but right before he comes on, we're going to go out there. We've already set up the course and everything. We did this earlier today. We have set up the 40 yards here in the building. It's raining out.
We had to do math to do this as well.
Yeah, we measured it and everything. We didn't just step it off. We measured it.
No, me and Rob looked like a couple of idiots. We had a 15-foot tape measure. We had to use it 6 or 7 or 8 times or something.
Well, yes. So it's, obviously 40 yards is 120 feet.
By the way, we had to all make sure we're like, that's multiple times
Triple
it was asked.
checking the math.
Yeah, 3 feet. Yeah, we're good. All right. We got it.
So Buck and I measured it by increments of 15 feet.
Yes.
And it works out here in our vast hallways here at Odyssey Portland. We have the room, and so Joey is back there currently being massaged, and he is limbering up.
I will say he does look like he is taking this seriously.
Yeah, no, he's not messing around.
No.
And what he's attempting to do is power walk the 40 in under 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't really remember how that came about last week, but
it seems important to him.
He wouldn't let it go, and so we're like, all right, come on down.
Let's do it.
He texted me again today. He's like, when are we doing this?
And
I'm
as
like,
far as
all
we
right.
know, if he does this in under 10 seconds, it will be the fastest 40 ever walked by a former first-round NFL quarterback.
That's right.
No.
So we'll do a couple segments here. Then we'll go out. We'll have him attempt to shatter records, and then we'll come in here and talk about it. Okay?
Let's do it.
All right. That's what
I need something to cheer me up at this point.
Yeah, BYU looks really bad.
Yeah.
Tonight.
So it's 41-20 at the half. And I just want to put this in context. First off,
he's already switched it to hockey, folks.
Yeah, I've moved on to the Red Wings at this point.
I'm also not watching your game anymore.
My $10 is gone. It's not coming back. We're not
Rest in peace.
We're not covering the 7.5. First off, the officials need to blow the whistle. It's like prison rules out there. It's ridiculous. We're getting mugged. We're getting roughed up left and right. BYU has 7 personal fouls and 9 turnovers. Would you care to guess how many field goals?
7 fouls, 9 turnovers. You have 20 points.
20 points.
So you probably only have, I'm going to guess 6.
6 field goals. We have more turnovers and more personal fouls than we do field goals. And I don't know about you, that's not a recipe for success.
It's not looking good for you guys.
No.
But we knew Houston was good. Yeah. And like I told you yesterday, I told you this. You guys are a good team. Sometimes it's great to get your ass kicked in the conference tournament, go home early, get some rest, get a little pissed off, more focused for next week. Next week is what matters, not this.
Well, as long as we don't play Houston, then I think we're okay. God, they beat us by 31 the first time around. Rob, they're pacing a 42 on this one. And by the way, Houston can't shoot. They're shooting like 28% from the three-point line, and they're still winning by 21.
All right, coming up tonight in the club, we have the latest battle in the great tipping debate.
It's getting heated out there.
We have pit bulls shooting people now. And it's bad enough they attack people.
Yeah.
And now they're shooting people.
Oh, so the dog's not the rapper.
No, the dogs.
Okay.
The dogs.
Yeah. I had to take my dog to the vet today to get a shot. And look, you can get whatever kind of dog you want, but God, the idiot pit bull owner that refuses to control his dog, it's one of the most infuriating things that I have.
Those are high energy dogs. I mean,
it's just losing its S in the middle of the room, and there's like 5 other dogs, and like all of the other owners are all sitting there with our dogs on the shortest leash possible, all being like, "Oh my God!" And then there's one idiot that's oblivious to everything, and his dog that's growling and snarling. I kept waiting for the damn vet to ask him to take his stupid dog out. No, didn't happen. It was just upon the rest of us to be terrified of his unhinged dog.
They're eating the dogs.
It drives me crazy.
Right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com.
Taylor Swift,
Number 5.
It's round 2 at the Playas Championship.
Let's see what you did there.
What if they change it next year to the Playas? From the players to the Playas.
I was telling you earlier, that's one of the cleanest and best logos in all sports.
Yeah, Buckley made a interesting observation about the Players Championship logo.
Mm-hmm.
It's in all caps.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
And it looks great. And then they got the little guy swinging there.
And it looks great for the logo, but then when it gets spelled out, like in print publications,
always
it
all caps.
Still has to be all capitalized, and then I think it looks weird, like it's supposed to be an acronym or something.
I like it. I'm in favor of removing. I want the players to be
the players.
The players to take the place of the PGA Championship.
Leaders are Minwoo Lee, lefty Akshay Bhatia. They are 11 under. JJ Spawn 10 under. Colin Morikawa, Rory McIlroy, and Ryan Buckley upstart. Alex Smalley are 9 under. Scotty Scheffler once again cannot putt, but he's still 5 under. He is tied for 17th. Oh, I have one other note.
Justin Thomas?
Yeah.
Number 4.
I should get that in. Justin Thomas needed to par 18 to set the course record, but he hit it into the water like a boob, and he made bogey. So he ties the course record with a 62. He went 10 under. God.
And he looked livid, by the way. Finished the round shooting at 62, and it looked like someone had kicked his dog.
The Chiefs signed another quarterback. Yesterday it was Gardner Minshew. Today they land the not-so-great Bailey Zappi. Meanwhile, still nothing on Aaron Rodgers. Athletic reports the largest offer on the table for Rodgers is from the Giants. Apparently, the current holdup is that the Vikings are reportedly still deciding what they want to do at quarterback, and Rodgers is giving them that time.
Yeah, so Pittsburgh and the Giants both want Aaron Rodgers. Minnesota may not, but Rodgers would much rather go to Minnesota. So I didn't even think he goes to New York. I mean, if you're Rodgers and Minnesota doesn't want you, why wouldn't you go to Pittsburgh? And that's a better situation than what the Giants have.
Minnesota 1, Pittsburgh 2, retire 3, Giants 4.
Number 3.
Nate Biddle tried to keep him in it, but Jackson Shellstad was awful. Top seed Michigan State advances in the Big Ten tournament, as heard here on The Fan. Shellstad had, I think he had 8 points.
He went 0 from the 3-point line, and I think he had 8. Biddle had 22 to lead him, and
they lost 74-64.
It was 43-44 at one point, and then Oregon didn't score for 5.5 minutes, and Michigan State went on a 15-0 run, and thanks for coming.
Sparty moves on to face 5-seed Wisconsin, who bludgeoned 4-seed UCLA. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, Minnesota fired its coach yesterday. Today, Iowa follows suit. Big Fran McCaffrey is out after 15 seasons. The Big Ten game currently in progress is Maryland, Illinois, and Maryland is absolutely smoking them.
Yeah, just wiping the floor.
76-48. How about that?
Number two.
More conference tournament action. We've got number 1 Duke without Cooper Flagg handling North Carolina 45-24 at half.
A lot of people thought that was going to be a close game, or maybe even North Carolina an upset. Wrong.
Not so fast. In the SEC, number 4 Florida leads number 21 Missouri at the half, 50-37. In the Big 12, number 2 Houston 41, 17th ranked BYU 20 at the half. The good game going on right now is St. John's has taken the lead over Marquette in the Big East semifinals. It is 51-45 with 15 minutes left there.
Yeah, Marquette's been leading most of that game, and the Johnny's making a big comeback here.
Other finals, number 3 Auburn beat Ole Miss today, 62-57. Tennessee advanced, beating Texas 83-72. That's bad for the Longhorns because they're trying to get into the big dance. And then Memphis over Wichita State, 83-80 in the American Athletic Conference quarterfinals.
Go Ducks.
Come too far together to stop now.
Oregon, by the way, solidly in, currently projected as probably a 5 or 6 seed after this one against Michigan State.
Right where they want to be.
It's
no fun being a 1.
I wouldn't know.
No, you wouldn't.
No. It's not happening.
And the Seahawks have landed free agent receiver Cooper Kupp, guys.
Yeah.
3 years, $45 million. He said he wanted $15 million a year.
That's a decent chunk of change, and
he already got it.
I understand why you're doing this. You didn't have a receiving core, but I mean, he's going to be 32 years old. The last 3 years, he hasn't played anywhere close to a full season. And when you look not just at the numbers, but you look at some of the advanced analytics, like success catch percentage, separation, like who's getting open. It's not good. This is a bad trajectory for Cooper Kupp. There's a reason why the Rams didn't even want to talk about a renegotiation. They just wanted him gone. And so, while I understand the whole homecoming thing, be really careful about paying 30-plus-year-old receivers. They don't age well. And, Adam Thielen had a little bit of resurgence, doing this in Carolina, but this is kind of a risky move for Seattle, and that's not chump change. That's a decent amount of money. So, risky, but if Cooper Kupp does have something left in the tank, this could end up being good. But I just would caution that the Cooper Kupp from 4 years ago is not walking through those doors up in Seattle.
What else I could say? Oh, I have one other Seahawks note. Seattle, they're going to kick the tires on free agent guard Tevin Jenkins.
Well, thank God.
He's going to visit on Monday.
They need to do something, because the biggest problem they have is still along the interior of that offensive line. And so far, they've done nothing to address it, although Schneider met with the press yesterday, and he did say there is still time to address that, and obviously in the draft. But you can't go into the season with that offensive line and Sam Darnold, who's very much a pressure-sensitive quarterback, and think that that's going to be fine.
So Jenkins is the former second-round pick of the Bears.
Yes.
2021. They actually rated him the 18th best guard in the league last season, Pro Football Focus did.
Yeah, it took him a while to get going. He had a rocky start. He's the best available interior lineman left.
Yeah, his issue, they say, is durability.
Yes.
So the Seahawks are going to have him in on Monday.
Yeah.
The Hot 5 at 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, 19 locations across Oregon and Washington, now in Lacamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. We're going to hear from Dan Lanning next on The Fan.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people. It's like Woodstock, except everybody's got their clothes on.
We have a new iconic 1080 The Fan logoed hoodie for you.
Whenever you get one, you feel good about it.
You can still pick up the classic Fan t-shirt that says,
It's over, we think.
And of course, the Mike Lynch Fight ALS shirt, or What's in the Grab Bag.
That's swing.
Moments away from Joey Harrington trying to set the world record for fastest speed walked 40
by a former first-round NFL quarterback.
But before we get to that, we'll do that next break, and then we'll bring him on here to either gloat or shame him. I got Dane Lanning audio.
Oh, what's old Daniel up to?
Well, you should know this. It's springtime.
Old spring ball.
Let's find more sun. You know what? I'm going to cook on your grill.
They had spring practice number 1.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a couple minutes of what Dan Lanning had to say. Would you like to hear it?
Let's hear it.
I don't think you would like to hear it.
I would want to. I would like to.
You do know that?
I do. I do know that.
Well, he talks in here about spring games, which are kind of going away.
In some places.
Around the country.
USC booted theirs. Texas booted theirs. I think Nebraska shut it down.
Yeah. But he loves spring games.
Yeah.
Here's what he said.
I think I've said it before. I've been around a lot of day ones that weren't great. But our guys did a good job there. Playing with great energy and enthusiasm. You know, some early mistakes, but we've also had a lot of time to prep for practice 1. So it's going to be about how we can learn and move forward from here. Go ahead and open it up.
Will you be playing actual football in the spring game, and why or why not will you be doing that when the trend is to not do that?
Yeah, I think it's the best way for us to get better. We're absolutely going to have a spring game, play football in the spring game. You know, you just mentioned new faces. I think that's a great opportunity to create, you know, Autzon's one of those places. We have a spring game. It's a game day environment. Creating that environment for those players, the competition that exists in that, and the you know, just our fans, what they bring to that, I think is a huge piece. So for me, it's the right way to cap off the spring, and as long as I'm here, we'll be doing spring games.
Second row on the left there. Quarterback's a position you could have gone poorly, you didn't. Can you kind of speak to what you liked with the returners and then just broadly this group and the competition for spring?
Yeah, I love the group that we got. You know, we got a bunch of cerebral guys, talented guys, some guys that bring different skill sets, you know, in that room. It'll absolutely be a competition. It's competition at every single position on the field for us. And, you know, competition is what makes everybody better. So excited to see those guys grow, but they've done a good job. You know, we've added some wrinkles this offseason that are a little bit different, and they've done a good job absorbing that and executing it.
The practice fields obviously look a little bit different now. You guys were in Autzen today. Is that going to be the plan this spring? Are you going to be in the Mo at all? Is it going to be all at Autzen? Just curious plan.
Yeah, the great benefit is we still have 2 fields that we can use, you know, to our disposal. And I'll say this, the opportunity for growth as a program, it means continuing to invest in the program. And you look out in our backyard right now, there's a lot of surgery going on in those fields with the opportunities that are coming with, you know, new buildings, new practice fields. So that's a challenge that we certainly welcome, you know, but yeah, we still have access to the Mo, still have the opportunity to play in Autzen. So a lot of fields that we can use.
Yeah, all right. So a couple things there, but main thing, the spring game, he's all about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's one of those guys that does seem a little bit old school in competition, and they do run an actual more of a game than most. A lot of times it becomes more of a glorified scrimmage.
Is it really a game day environment down there?
I don't know. I mean, they look on the West Coast, it's the closest thing you're going to get. I mean, not many people have, even, you know, when they attempt it.
The last few years they've been getting around 20,000 people, which like dwarfs any other previous Pac-12 schools.
It's not game day, but it's enough, and you can go through kind of the, you know, you can kind of go through the motions of what you would do to get ready for a game, because there's new faces, although not nearly as many. I think there's 3 or 4 projected starters on the offense that are transfers and 2 or 3 on defense. So it's not like last year where you had an entirely new group. You know, but like when you got 3 new faces on your O-line that are coming in, I think there's an element maybe you want to have them play at Autzen for the first time, you know, in a game-like environment. And he just doesn't really, I mean, the idea of people poaching players, or because that seems to be the conventional wisdom right now for teams that are canceling it. They don't want other schools to see their backups in game action. And Lanning doesn't appear to be really afraid of competition.
Oregon had 40,000 at their spring game last year.
Yeah, 40? Yeah.
40 is pretty damn good.
And they did a concert. Matt Kearney came out and did a concert for it. They do the big surplus sale.
And now they do a baseball game with it. They kind of make it an all-Oregon athletics, like,
and
all-day
they do a
fair.
big recruiting trip for that. So I guess they've made it a big environment.
What has changed about, well, I guess, okay, I answered my own question before I even asked it, but the idea of people poaching players just because we've always had spring games.
Yeah.
And so you're always showcasing your players.
Yeah, but it's different.
But now they can jump into the portal in the fall.
The portal, there's a portal that opens right after spring.
Oh, so, right after. Okay, yeah. Not the fall.
So the idea is like let's say I'm a sophomore receiver and I have a nice little spring, but I'm playing behind 3 NFL guys, right? And I'm like, well, God, I'm going to be the 4th or 5th guy. But all of a sudden I look at spring and some other coach looks at that on the Big Ten Network and says, hey, man, that kid's pretty good.
Or I even think about like a quarterback who's not going to be a starter for that team, and someone else goes, you know what? We've got some money. We could bring him in. He could compete for our job.
Yeah, so I think that tends to be the wisdom, because most people now aren't, like when I went to BYU, we actually did a split squad like scrimmage. Offense, we didn't do special teams, but it was offense, defense, and it was a full game. Most people now aren't doing that. It's more of a controlled environment, and they want some situational football. So what kind of advantage you get versus the idea of tipping hand and coming up with depth charts. Like if you get a kid that realizes that he's not going to be the starter or he gets beat out, is that kid looking somewhere else? Are other schools looking to poach? I see where schools are coming from when it comes to canceling this, but if you're a school like Oregon, Ohio State, maybe, although Texas canceled, I would think that's less, that doesn't scare you quite as much, but it's probably just an individual coach thing.
Yeah, all right. Well, good on him, Dr. Lanning.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Lanning does not seem to be a guy that is concerned about much of this kind of, I don't know what you would say, just a lot of the new world problems that coaches complain about. He doesn't seem like the type, like with the seeding thing, right? And having to play Ohio State. He's the one guy, and God bless him for this, he's the one guy associated with that program that I never heard once say anything about having to play Ohio State. He was like, no, absolutely, let's go.
Well, Altman with all the travel.
Yeah.
He didn't complain either.
No.
Look at the Ducks.
I appreciate it. It's one of my favorite parts about Coach
I think
Lanning.
their fans do too. It's refreshing to not have someone bitching all the time.
Yeah.
When is the spring game? Do we know?
426, 427, something like that.
Something
It's
like
like the last Saturday of April.
You know, remember, spring practice it's not even linear anymore. It used to be you just, you went, now it's like you play you have a couple days and you take a couple days off, and then there's a spring break in the middle of it. And, it's just, the spring ball in general is evolving and changing into something else.
So he mentioned the quarterback situation.
Yeah, never went and got one.
Yeah, they didn't, did they?
No.
So they got Dante Moore, Novosad. Who else is in there?
They got a couple of the younger guys that are in there too.
We got Akili Smith Jr.
Oh, that's right.
He'll be a freshman. And
Luke
then who's the other
Moga
one?
is another guy.
Is it Mago?
Luke Moga.
Yeah, Luke Moga. He's a redshirt freshman. He was there. And then, again, the new kids coming in.
So there's 4 of them?
There's 3 right now, and then I believe Akili Smith will be there.
He's already there. He started practicing with him for Rose Bowl, so he's there. And then I think there'll be like a 5th, probably local kid, like a Sheldon or something like that.
But everyone seems to the whispers down there is that they are very, very high on Dante Moore, and that it may be one of the reasons they didn't go to the portal. And to be honest with you, when you look around the quarterback portal, it was not a strong class. I think had there been a big quarterback that was out there, I think Oregon may have dipped their toe in the water. But when you look around the transfer quarterbacks, like Carson Beck ended up going to Miami, but there just wasn't the movement at the quarterback position that we have seen the last couple of years.
Well, Ewers, but he went pro.
But
all right.
Mekhi Hughes is the running back from Tulane, and buckle up. That will be the next great Oregon running back. And they got the 2 best tackles in the portal. The one, Isaiah World from Nevada, and the other kid from Texas State. So really 2 big areas where they were like, oh my God, what are we going to do? They were filled with the best portal kids that you could go get.
Yeah, the other one that's drawn rave reviews is the safety they got from Purdue, the Dylan Thieneman. He graded out as one of the very best defensive backs in all of college football last year, and they're already saying good things about him.
And Bear Alexander will be along the defensive front to help replace, because you lose Birch, Caldwell, and Harmon. Look, I think that there's still some guys there, but if I had to look at one position I say should take a step backwards, that's a lot of production to replace. That was a very, very good defensive line.
Don't look now, but your BYU Cougars are only down 13.
Do I need to flip back over from this Red Wings game?
Well, there's a little energy in the building. Little energy in the building.
We only have to cover 7.5.
Tell you what, there's a lot of energy in this building, because you know who's warming up right now.
He's ready to
to
go.
speed walk the 40 is Joey Harrington. Can he walk? I almost said run.
There will be no running.
Can he walk? Yeah, because you're our judge.
I'm making sure of this.
A sub 10-second 40. He claims he can.
1 foot must remain on the ground at all times.
I'm sorry. I want to run.
Find out next. Joey in studio on The Fan. Here's Buck.
Now, Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan. On the hardwood today, the Oregon Ducks lost to Michigan State in the Big Ten tournament, 74-64 the final. Sparty uses a 15-0 run in the second half to pull away. Oregon will head back to Eugene and await their at-large bid from the selection committee on Sunday. They should be somewhere around a 5 seed. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, Iowa has fired head coach Fran McCaffrey after 15 seasons with the Hawkeyes. And in the ACC, as expected, Duke star Cooper Flagg not playing in the Blue Devils game tonight against rival North Carolina. No problem so far for the Blue Devils, though. They are all over the Tar Heels. Some breaking news in the NFL today is the Seattle Seahawks will sign Cooper Kupp to a 3-year, $45 million deal. The former LA Ram is a 6-time Pro Bowler in his 8 NFL seasons. And round 2 of the Players' Championship today out at TPC Sawgrass. Minwoo Lee and Akshay Bhatia, your co-leaders at 11 under par. JJ Spawn is alone in second at 10 under. Rory and Colin Morikawa are both 9 under par. 2 shots off the lead, while Justin Thomas shot 1 off a course record, firing a 61 today. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Live, local, and free. No subscription required. Portland's sports leader is 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Here comes Curry, hit a 3, but that's it. Diving for it, Monk. Curry thought about 3, he'll put up a 3. There it is! Number 4,000! A shot for the ages from a player for the ages. Truly the portrait of an artist.
Steph Curry, great call. God, he's great.
Yeah.
4,000 threes.
It's crazy. Under Armour did a really cool ad with Dave Chappelle.
I saw
honoring
that.
it, where they were talking about North Carolina and a legend from there, Jordan, and then they, instead of Jordan, it was Curry. It was really well done, and Steph's just, how can you not like that guy?
Battery Exchange, power up your summer at Battery Exchange. Mentioning code BXT10 at checkout will get you 10% off your entire purchase this month. Online at batteryexchange.com.
When something happens
breath.
Now,
I'm not sweating, but I'm glowing.
Well, he did take
kind
off
of like your head right now, like just a little dew.
Well, he did come in a jacket and a sweater, and the jacket
sweatshirt.
What, quarter zip?
It's a hooded sweatshirt. Why are you always trying to?
That's a quarter zip.
It's a Nike hooded sweatshirt.
That's a quarter zip. He's going Peyton Man. All I know is the jacket and the quarter zip came off after the second 40. There was exertion.
Yeah.
Well, if I know anything about competitive people, they don't want to fail.
No.
And Joey Harrington, on the Fan, moments ago, did not fail. He did it, ladies and gentlemen. He walked the 40 in under 10 seconds.
Crushed it.
He really did.
The
first one was close.
First one was close.
We have to tell you, the video is up.
Yeah.
If you guys want to check it out, it's up at 1080 The Fan on Twitter. It's up on YouTube. It's up on the Insta, wherever we have stuff.
The Instacart? You guys Instacart out here?
I think so.
That's how we do it.
I think so.
Rob's
It's
not
there.
going to the
Okay,
store.
so let's go ahead and call this guy over here.
Suk.
Yes, I was thinking of some sort of like East German
Sven?
judge.
Well, Sven is
what was the name? He called me out on the first one.
He did.
said there was a moment. What you're saying halfway through?
Look, bottom line is this: we're taking this seriously. This was not going to be a jogged 40 or a jog. Could be a soft J. And I told the quarterback kid over here, in order to walk, and I looked this up, Olympic rules, 1 foot has to be on the ground at all times. You cannot have both feet leave the ground. And about halfway through the first 40, he turned into that I have to go to the bathroom shuffle run that we've all done. Both feet
once you hit 40, you know that run.
Both feet were coming off the ground, and even though he beat the 10-second, I had to raise the red flag.
So the time on the first one was 9.9.
Yes.
9.92.
9.92, just under.
Yeah.
But
the integrity was not there.
Yeah, the whole office was buzzing.
Yes.
Was it a run? Was it a walk?
People were throwing O's, and look, most people would have given him the pass, not me. I'm taking this.
Well, you were the official judge.
I was the official, and believe me, I was down there. I was looking. I was getting low so I could get a nice point of view there, and I saw both heels come off the ground, and I had to say something.
I got to tell you, Joey, once you walked the 9.92, and it was deemed unofficial because you technically ran, I didn't think there was any way you were getting under 10.
No, the odds were stacked against
What did you switch up?
Well, so there was a very friendly young woman working in the at the starting line there.
Yes, the sales department.
The sales department.
Yeah.
And she says, you need to have longer strides.
Oh.
It's like, oh.
Coach.
Okay. So if I lengthen this, because we were working off of the golf stride.
We stepped it off.
We stepped, right? Out of curiosity, we both kind of stepped it off to see how accurate our golf yard steps. And I was apparently shorting, so I lengthened the stride a little bit on the second. But I'm going to be honest, I was surprised at the 9.46 or something, or 9.4.
No, I think it was a 9.4 flat.
9.4 flat.
That's burning the track
Dude.
up right there. Burning. And by the way, that was a legit walk.
Professional speed walker.
Believe me, I didn't want to disqualify you a second time, but I wasn't letting it slide.
You got to call a spade, especially, BYU honor code.
That's right.
Well, you said you were going to be able to do this last week.
I said I was curious whether I was going to be able to do it.
Okay. Well, we didn't think you were going to be able to do it. And we tested it. So we measured. So we did it inside the office because it was raining.
Yeah.
So we have a nice big office here, and we measured with a tape measure, very official. And then we walked it off, and we were pretty close, but the tape measure made it official. So it was exactly 120 feet. And when I did it before, while you were in the training room, getting a massage.
Heat pack.
Yeah.
Heat pack. A heat and stim to, I had to activate the glutes.
There was a lot of stretching and dynamic.
Well,
I'm 46 now, dude, all right? I got hurt sleeping the other night. I woke up and I was like, I hurt myself while I was sleeping. I'm not going to pop an Achilles doing this thing.
So I walked to 12.6.
Yeah.
And
What?
Boy, yeah. And I thought, I don't think he's going to do it. Lo and behold, the athlete in you comes out.
The competitive fire came out.
Pretty amazing. Are these the best conditions you've ever competed athletically in?
Well, for 40 walking, yeah. It'd probably have to be the best. I mean, the ideal conditions.
Yeah.
It's like walking a 40 in a dome versus walking a 40 at Lambeau. Like there are certain things to, certain things that make it more. What's the word I'm looking for? Pleasurable.
Yeah.
Pleasant.
I was legitimately concerned because I sat there and I was like, what if? Because you're coming off the bad knee.
Okay.
And when you have a bad knee, it leads you to limp to the other side.
Correct.
Right?
Which is why that's where the hip, I woke up the other morning and I was like, I'm fully incapacitated.
So just when I saw him actually stretching out his hip for real, all I thought was, because everyone in the office was like, what are you guys doing? I said, it's so dumb you don't want to know. I said, just accept the fact that what we're doing is moronic. And then I thought about
it's radio gold is what it is.
I really did. I had like a pit in my stomach. I was like, what if in the middle of this we hear the pop and and just down he goes.
No way.
No way. Yes way. Yes, I have known people that have blown Achilles like walking. I had a buddy of mine whose wife was playing on pickleball, and he said she took one step, not an athletic step, just took a step and heard the clap, down you go. And I was terrified of seeing Joey just face plant and then having to explain, well, that's Oregon legend Joey Harrington maimed at Fan
Can you imagine posting that video?
Yes, I was gonna say that. You want to go viral?
There we go.
You're going viral.
And I said that would be the saddest, but also the most hilarious thing to ever happen in the history of this radio station.
So he did it.
He did it.
And as far as I know, that is the world's fastest speed walk 40. I mean, it proved me wrong.
Yeah, proved me wrong.
9.4.
Yeah.
Really
tell you what,
good.
I'm not getting a 9.4.
You didn't do it.
Well, again,
Rob did it, but you didn't.
We did and I was 11 something.
He 11.33.
11.33.
Okay.
So so we did it, and I'll tell you what. I don't think I'm shaving 2 seconds off of that.
Okay, well let's think about this. Okay, 11.33 on a. Oh, it's not doubled length, but walk versus run. So let's say like a doubled speed kind of thing, right? So then you have, what's the 9.4 and 11.3 is 1.9. So you half that. And now we're looking at 0.9. So the difference between, that would be like a 4.3 and a 5.2 running 40 is kind of what I'm saying.
I'm going to trust you on that.
Do you see what I'm saying?
There's a lot of math there and nothing.
No, I don't.
No, we see nothing, but I'm going to take it. Well, let's go with that. Yeah.
His would be between a 4.3 and a 5.2?
No, so what I was saying is like the difference between mine and his, right, would
4.3.
be like the difference. So like if you run a 4.4 versus, a wide receiver runs a 4.4, an offensive lineman runs a 5.3, it would be like a big difference. So then if like you double the time because we're having the speed, right?
Yeah.
Then it's not that far off. I would expect you to be more in the 10-9 range.
When you ran your 40, like what? You were like a 4.5, 4.6 guy? No.
Did you ever watch me run?
Are you faster than Patrick Mahomes?
Hey, I've seen you run to the corner. When at Autzen, they show the highlight of you in the corner, like balling out there.
Running?
No, well, you're catching.
That was stumbling. That's a full like forward stumble with like.
It was an athletic stumble.
It was an effective, unathletic stumble. I ran my best 40 at the combine, and I believe I was 4.86.
All right.
That's about Mahomes, isn't it?
I don't remember what Mahomes
Mahomesian.
You're very Mahomesian.
Well, you look like an athletic guy, so I thought maybe you were a 4.6, 4.7 guy. You see quarterbacks that run it, although everyone's getting faster now.
Yeah.
The 40 times that like these dudes are putting up, it's just silly. Like especially some of the linemen. You got guys that are like 315 pounds that are running like 4.9s.
Oh, watching
what the hell?
And this whole walking 40 came about from the combine conversation last week.
Yeah.
Watching some of those D linemen run the 40. Oh my God.
Yeah. They're unbelievable.
Yes. My God.
It's terrifying.
It is. That's exactly. I've told you this. I was standing on the field before the Big Ten championship game next to Mateo and Jordan Birch, just standing there and looking at them and saying they are absolutely terrifying. Yeah. I do not want. I'm so glad I'm not playing this game anymore.
Yeah, kind of a different archetype than when you played.
The size and the speed of these guys. So now they're not walking 9.4s, 9.4 flats.
Not like you.
Nope.
They're faster now than they used to be, and probably leaner, right? So you had to face guys like, I'm trying to think, who's the Packers guy? Who are the best pass rushers that you faced?
In the NFL?
Yeah.
Kevin Williams, Fat Pat. Pat and Kevin were really good in
Dwight.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I mean, edge rushers. It was Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis and Javon Curse, and I mean that was the who was the Tampa Bay? Not
I mean, we had Simeon Rice.
Simeon Rice.
Yeah,
I mean, those were the edge rushers. But so imagine taking that frame, adding 40 pounds.
Oh, they're bigger.
Oh.
Okay. See, I was thinking those guys when you played, those same guys were thicker but slower.
So
you're saying now they're not only faster, but they're bigger.
So let's look this up. I'm curious. I'm going to say that Javon Curse played at.
I bet he played at 240.
I was going to say between 245 and 260.
He was a real lean guy. And so,
Javon Curse, Simeon Rice, maybe at like 260.
They're saying Curse 265.
Okay.
And by the way, that may be a listed. I'm guessing that he played closer to 250.
Right. So those now these guys are like 280.
Yeah.
Coming off that edge with that same type of speed. It's just different.
Well, I tell people all the time, like, one of the big misnomers is people think corners and like safeties are small, especially corners. And I said, dude, you have no idea, because you get a 205-pound cornerback now that runs 4.3. I promise you, that guy is a heat-seeking missile.
Mm-hmm.
You think they're small.
Yep.
Dude, 6'1" and 206 that runs 4.3. Dude, that's not small.
Nope.
But there just isn't small people. I mean, occasionally you get a
Darren
Sproles or something. Even Darren Sproles is built like a.
He had legs like a tree trunk.
Yeah, they get guys squatting 500 pounds, but it just the guys that you see out there now. I just feel like every 5 to 10 years, there's just a new wave that just is bigger, stronger, faster, and it just keeps.
Yeah. People just
keeps
keep breaking barriers, like walking the 40 in under 10 seconds.
Yes. I mean, but people didn't think it could be done.
They didn't. The people being you two.
Can I also say, too, that I think one of the advantages, the aerodynamic hair. He came in high and tight with a slick back.
I got a haircut the other day, and she cleaned it up for our
video.
trip. Yeah, for the video. Yeah. And then we, walking through the rain, and it just kind of,
Look, there was a buzz from the ladies at the sales crew that was talking about the strides and throwing the O. The moment you left, the first conversation that happened was, "Boy, he's got great hair," and I said, "Yeah, that's big time hair right there."
I've said it. It's I got the hair from Valerie Harrington. Yeah. We got the idea for walking the 40 from Mike Harrington. So we just got all sorts of
best of both worlds.
There you go.
Mahomes ran a 4.8
flat.
Yep.
Damn it.
4.8 flat. Do you ever? One quick question before we take a break. Do you ever? I don't know exactly when the rules changes, but I was thinking about facing these guys and thinking, these guys that you're talking about, these pass rushers, and thinking, thank God they protected the quarterback more so in recent years.
Oh, yeah.
Did you benefit from that? Or, because I don't know the exact years, or did you just basically get your ass kicked by those guys?
They changed the rule. They started changing the rules when Tom tore his ACL in 2004,
something like that.
So you were in the league.
Mm-hmm. But that was the first, and the only thing that the first rule change was you couldn't go low.
Yeah.
Because they went low on Tom and he tore his ACL. Right. So that was the first rule change, and really the only one that I saw the effects of.
Okay.
Because now after a while you couldn't touch the head at all. And then it turned into you can't throw down, and then it turned into
body weight.
That one's crazy.
It really is. Look, I'm not saying it's easy. I mean, you've watched that quarterback show, and you see like Kirk Cousins. I mean, you take some licks, but it's just not. It's never been safer. You can't eliminate the injury from the game, but it's never been safer to play that position.
I'll tell you, I still remember Jerome McDougal came on a TE, wrapped around. He went body weight, and my sternum went, ouch.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. That may be the most that people just don't realize.
Yeah.
Getting hit like that and then having it, because it's not like they fall on you. They know what they're doing. They drive into you, and it's no good.
And they also like kick you in the head when they're getting up. Oh, sorry, or like knee you on accident in the spleen.
Well, when you watch old 80s and 90s stuff, go watch like the Jim Burts and the Leonard Marshalls and the one on Joe Montana. And I remember Tim Green, who was a terrifyingly large human being for the Green Bay Packers.
Tim Green.
Yeah, I think it's Tim Green.
I was thinking of Mean Joe Green.
97. He picks up Jim McMahon. You can see it. It basically it altered Jim McMahon's career. Jim McMahon threw the ball, is standing there like 2 seconds after the play, and he goes and picks him up and like literally dumps him on his shoulder and his head. And he gets a 15-yard penalty, and that's about it. Dude, he would be thrown out of the league. But that was like, it was just a different time.
I know we got to go break, but the other rule change that they've done is after you throw an interception, you can't go after the quarterback anymore. Yeah. I threw a pick. Actually, I think I threw 4 picks that day at Chicago, but I threw one to one of the DBs who had a name that was a color. It was either brown or gray or green or something like that. And I start chasing after it, and it was Lance Briggs and Brian Urlacher, and who is the D lineman from Oklahoma? Tommy
Harris.
Tommy Harris.
Oh my God.
And the 3 of them went like V formation straight at me, and I was like,
Flying ducks.
Exactly. I was like, someone's gonna eat this one, and it's either me in the turf or I'm going low and I'm going to get a 15-yard penalty. So I went low. Yeah. I did it. I bit the bullet and said, you know what? I went low. I blew up the pile. I stopped the play. He didn't score, but got myself a 15-yard.
They've eliminated all that now. Like, because it's the same thing. Back in the day when you threw an interception, if you were an O-lineman and you'd been talking S to someone all game, that was payback time. So you'd get a DB. That was me at Florida State. I got knocked unconscious. I'd been talking S to Tay Cody, and we threw an interception at the end of the half, and he knocked me unconscious. And you can't do any of that anymore. Like, no one can get blindsided. But yeah, back in the day, interceptions were headhunting. The defense would turn around and be like, whoever you had an issue with, I'm going to go find that guy, and he's not going to see me coming, and I'm going to put him into next Tuesday.
Now I'd just walk a 9-4 flat 40 away from it. Yeah,
it's a historic day here at the Fan.
It is.
And we will be back to wrap it up with Joey Harrington next, courtesy of Mods PDX on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, a little double dip on this one. Oregon baseball and Oregon softball both in action right now. The Oregon ladies are thumping the Washington Huskies 7-0. It's the bottom of the 5th in the softball game. Meanwhile, the Oregon Ducks taking on Minnesota. They're up 5-0 over the Golden Gophers. That's the same Minnesota team that gave up 29 runs to Rob's Kansas Jayhawks last week. Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The best basketball party is back. George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law presents Fan Madness, March 20th and 21st at the Stadium Sports Bar, home to A Sportsbook. Also brought to you by Video Only, where you always get the best deals on top-rated brands of TVs and home theater. By Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enjoy responsibly. Fan Madness at A.
Esquire. We never did solve that, did we?
think
We
it's
did. It's a lawyer.
Lawyer.
So I'm not technically an Esquire.
Yeah.
I can be extraordinaire, though.
New world champion, Joseph Harrington. 9.4. He did it. He speed walked the 40 here in the office. Fast track, I might add. Nice hardwood.
It was, yeah, and it was a bouncy.
Well, but it's tough because it's half hardwood, half concrete.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, we didn't make it easy. He also did it in jeans and high tops. So,
But he did it. If you want to see the video, it's on Twitter or YouTube or wherever you get your fan content. We put it up there. It's I tell you what, 9.4 is nasty.
Yeah.
It's nasty.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Felt
What do
pretty
we
good.
What do we do next? What's the next?
Ice. Ice. That's what we do, and then I go stretch.
is there anything else? Because the big like four at the combine, right?
Okay.
It's the 40,
Yep.
the bench, the vert.
You said you still do the bench test every once in a while.
I do every now and then at the end of a workout. I'll get a wild hair and
And
see
so
what.
225, you throw on 225, and
Yeah.
you put it up how many times?
At the end of workouts, I can get 25 to 27 at the end of a workout. So
You can put up 225 pounds, 25 to 27 times.
Yeah.
I did it once.
Like one time, like now or then?
Like both. At one time, I did it once. I benched 225. Actually, I got 230.
Hey.
One time.
That's tasty right there.
Because the strength coach, he's like, you got this stupid mental block. So he was spotting me. And as he's spotting, he takes 2.5s and he just slid them on the side. And I got up. I was like, yes, that was awesome. I got 225. He's like, actually, you got 230. I put them on there. I was like, you are amazing.
See? But that's, like, I think, and then that's probably the only three.
There's the 3-cone drill.
3-cone drill, broad jump might be the other one.
Yeah, I'm not jumping anything right now. I'm still not cleared for impact.
So I'm not certain what other
vertical
combine
broad
activities
jump,
we could do.
Throwing 40.
Yeah.
I feel like the vert would be bad.
Yeah, the vert.
Like, we could blow out an Achilles. Let's go
do it right now.
I'm not comfortable doing anything that's and this is why, as an old man, like the bench press is easy because it's a very simple movement. Anything that's explosive, or as Dan Lanning likes to call it, twitchy.
Yeah.
No. We're
not doing it.
I've reached old manness where I can do old man. You ever see that Rocky movie where like he's old and like he goes, we're just gonna go.
Is it a new Rocky?
Yeah, like the last Rocky they did, and he's talking about training him, and he goes, we can't run because your knees are shot. You can't spar because of this. So he's like, we're just going to do old school lifting things. That's like the only thing I can do anymore because there's no twitch. There's nothing explosive. It's just old man strength. If you're asking me to do anything remotely explosive, it's a guaranteed injury. Guaranteed.
I'm really like, if we did a vertical.
Oh no!
God.
I could land on my left leg. I could just not land on my right knee.
This is gonna be
Yeah,
great.
don't do this.
I think we
Why
should.
not?
Let's go.
Because
the vert or the broad, which one's worse?
Oh, the broad jump would be worse because I can't
worse?
land
Oh, you
on.
can't land.
I can't land on one leg on the broad.
What
jump.
was your vert at the 40?
My
Or I mean at the combine.
my vertical. I'm gonna say 32.
Yeah, it's not. So you were right in the middle of the road as far as athleticism for quarterbacks.
Yeah,
Nothing great, nothing bad.
No, I mean I wasn't fast. I was quick. I had a good shuttle time.
Yeah.
You know, I was quick in a small space, but
32.
32
Yeah, says internet.
Says, and the internet's always right.
Yeah. Well, like I've always been fascinated. I'm a bit of a draft junkie. I kind of like digging into some of the science behind it. And I will, for the life of me, never understand why GMs are so obsessed with finding athletes to play quarterback. I know it's good to have an athletic quarterback, but the number of times we go down the road of that guy's a great athlete, but he's a bad quarterback, so let's draft him anyways. I do not understand that. It just, we're so obsessed with athleticism in football, and I feel like quarterback's the one position where I don't need a great athlete.
Yeah, but doesn't Josh Allen kind of like throw that in the
Well,
like, hey, that guy's a great athlete, but he completed like 41% of his passes in college.
I'll tell you
Let's
what,
draft him anyway.
That is like, if you're drafting based on the outlier of outliers, because for every Josh Allen, I will give you 1,000 Jake Lockers or Anthony Richardsons or guys that literally just were not good college quarterbacks. But they were great athletes, and we're like, we're going to do it. Jalen Milroe is going to get drafted in the 3rd round, maybe the 2nd. And if you watch Jalen Milroe play, he's an objectionably bad quarterback at college. And if you're a bad quarterback at college, I'm fascinated at the idea that we'll just turn you into a great quarterback in the NFL.
Well, it's because they probably had, good verticals. And that was, that's, they probably had a better vertical.
Yeah, what does a vertical and a broad jump have to do with playing quarterback?
Well, when Jerome McDougal comes on that TE and goes at your sternum, you can jump over him. That is that's what they're hoping you'll do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to turn your time into the Guinness Book of World Records.
Okay.
We'll see what they say.
Okay.
I wonder if this is, and I'm being serious here, I wonder if this is the fastest walked 40 by a former first-round NFL quarterback.
It's got to be.
So there are like not just Guinness Book of World Records, but like there are like other world record like official things. Yeah. And I do hold a world record.
Do you?
I do. I can't remember what the company was, but it was when I had just retired and was walking. I was walking back to the apartment. And there were a bunch of people in the street, and it turns out it was Wyden and Kennedy days, or the celebration where they always like Founders Day. That's what it was. And so all the Wyden and Kennedy people were out like doing these things. I was like, "What in the hell is going on?" They said, "We're all trying to break world records. Would you be a part of ours?" I was like, "All right, cool. What are you doing?" They said, "We're trying to make the longest office chair train pulled by a motorcycle, but." Or I should say, and if we can have you on an office chair with a keyboard, we could be the longest office chair train pulled by a motorcycle, caboosed by a former NFL quarterback playing Chariots of Fire on a keyboard. That
never happened.
Is my world record.
Amazing.
Do you ever get a certificate for that? Because I would frame the hell out of it.
I did not get a certificate, but I have run into people at Wyden who say you are still in the record book for that specific record.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
I think today,
the guy's unbelievable.
The fastest walked 40 by a former first-round NFL quarterback. I believe that we've done that.
What about this? Let's get wild. What if? Do you remember the old ice bucket challenge?
Oh God.
Yeah.
This is an idea for your charity.
A 40 walk?
Yeah. Yes. Hashtag your quarterback buddies.
Yeah.
We've got the video.
Yeah.
Send
Drew
it to
Bledsoe
him.
looking at you.
Send it to him and say, "Hey, man, let's go viral. Speed walk the 40.
Yeah.
Beat this, bitch.
Let's see what's up." I like the end. Hashtag bitch.
Hashtag beat this bitch. What do you think about that?
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either.
On a list of things that I hate, that's not on it.
No. I just want to see all these quarterbacks now walking. I want to see a bunch of 50-year-old quarterbacks speed walking.
The little shoulder waddle.
And there's going to be, you guys, you have a competitive. I saw you getting ready for that. There is a competitive nature in you that came out during that walk.
Okay, who is going to be? I don't think Bledsoe could break a 10. I don't. Not a chance. I think. I don't think Leftwich could break a 10.
No, I don't know if he could break a 10 when he was playing.
Exactly.
Mike Vick.
Mike could break a 9.
Yeah.
Mike could break a 9. Yeah. I'm trying to think of guys. Matt Ryan, he'd break a 10, but he's young, he's still got some youth on him.
Yeah, he's
guys that Matt Hasselbeck. I think Matt could break a 10. Carson Palmer, I think he could break a 10.
This needs to happen.
You know?
Let's get it started.
Palmer's got to be. He's got some wear and tear on him.
Carson? Did you call him Arnold?
No.
You called him Arnold.
Oh, I call him Arnold?
Yeah.
Sorry. I was thinking,
Arnold's dead.
Carson Palmer's got some
got
injuries. I don't think Arnold's breaking 10.
No.
Maybe we roll. He's got to have a roll down the hill sort of situation.
You know the policy here at school? Dig up your grandpa, we'll dig up your daughter. Roll his own bones on down here.
Well, I think you could raise a bunch of money for your charity and get that done.
Yeah.
I think you should get that. And we'll help you.
I like this.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What a great day for
It's
the
a
fan.
beautiful day.
What a great
Watching a
day.
champion compete is it's awe-inspiring.
We witnessed greatness today.
We did. Yeah. And you can't hate on it. It's like watching Duke basketball.
That's right.
Like you appreciate it. You may not like the institution, but you respect the effort that he was slapping the floor getting ready for this.
Well, if you'd like to see the video of Joey walking the 40 in under 10 seconds, it is there.
Yes, we did.
It's on Twitter or YouTube and all the fan I don't know.
It's good to see you guys in person again.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
How
thanks
we
for-
looking? We looking old?
Pretty dang good. Not
Yeah.
gonna lie.
Yeah.
You got the you got the silver fox working,
Yeah.
and he still looks like he could bench 225
Yeah.
25 times.
Yeah.
It's just old.
We're aging well.
There you go.
Like a fine wine.
It's more like old bread, but still
Moldy bread.
Moldy bread.
Actually, that sounds kind of good. I may go pour myself a drink.
Thanks, Joey. Joey Harrington, courtesy of Mods PDX. The future of building is here. The club is next on The Fan.
Portland, this one's for you. Join the Winterhawks at Veterans Memorial Coliseum for Fan Appreciation Night this Saturday. Portland welcomes Seattle for their final regular season meeting before the WHL playoffs. When the puck drops at 6 p.m., fans can expect tons of prizes and deals. The Winterhawks only have 3 games left before the playoffs, so come cheer on the Hawks as they prepare for their postseason run. Get your Fan Appreciation Night tickets at winterhawks.com.
Aloha, Portland sports fans. It's Marcus from the 808. Brah, you know what I do when I get tired from the day-to-day? I hit up 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Get some terry chicken, a curry bowl, or Kalua pig at a Hawaiian brew or island cocktail, and I'll be feeling all my ka'iloa in no time. It's like a trip back home without jumping on the plane. Yeah, you. Check out 808 Hawaiian on Burnside, Woodstock, Beaverton, or order online at ate-oh-ate.com. I'm Marcus. A hui ho. Mahalo.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? This week only, all Pro Elite wash items and accessories are buy one, get one half off. That's car wash, tire cleaner, leather cleaner. All buy one, get one half off. Sponges and towels, we've got duo weave, waffle weave, whatever weave you want. Accessories too. Pro Elite floor mats, car covers, and more. Any Pro Elite item, buy one, get one half off. This week only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay.
Odyssey app, the only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter. Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
I bought the cock and then I released another jelly bean in my dome. Anyone getting a sports woody? He did it. He did a lot of it. I raw dogged that dead rabbit today.
Yeah, flags!
AIDS. I have AIDS.
It's the dadgum mistake.
Lace them up, you little bitch.
I'm gonna kick your ass, you little bitch.
Pop me up over there, bitch.
She's a grade A bitch. Grade A prime bitch. I mean, I love him, but what a bitch.
Freaking punch it, bitch. She won't even return his calls, you freaking bitch. What is up with that?
Bitch. Because this bitch is behind maintenance.
Kick the ball, you little bitch.
Can I say your bitch montage?
Thank you.
Might be my favorite.
Some of my finest works.
It really is. It's some work in oils, some work in waters. You work in bitches, and it's amazing.
Clip that, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It just, I couldn't be any happier. When they're all strung together like that,
He's a bitch.
That really
whiny bitch.
Google me, bitch.
Look at your bitch work.
It's not the same.
He doesn't have the volume or the catalog. that
No,
you
the
do.
way, and just I don't know. Like there's certain people that just the. Do you know the great Tom Berenger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, the guy who hosts.
No, that's Tom Bergeron.
Oh, okay.
Major League, Jake
Major
Taylor.
Oh,
League,
yeah. Okay.
Right?
Yeah, that guy.
So Tom Bergeron, right?
No, Berenger.
That would be Berenger.
God bless America.
Platoon.
You got me confused. Yeah, no. Tom Berenger.
Yeah.
He says the best F word in the movie business. Like in Major League where he goes, we got to win the whole
effing thing. Yep.
And he's in a bunch of war movies, and he just, the way he enunciates the F word, it works for him. And that is you with bitch.
Yeah.
A lot of people can say it, but you own the word.
I emphasize it.
You do.
She won't even return his calls, you freaking bitch.
Right there.
What is up with that?
That's my favorite.
Just, there's something about the way you say it that just strikes a chord with me. And it's like listening to Celine Dion hit a note.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's what people have compared it to. People are saying.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people can sing,
look.
but not everyone can hit the notes. And you hit the B flat when
you.
it comes to that. And it's
Grade A prime bitch.
It's just
there's a gravity to
right?
it. It's really
Yes.
it's really good.
There's something to it. I don't know what it is. I don't know why that's so appealing, but it works.
Well, let's get back on track here. I've got a tipping story. I'll tease it by asking you this question, because the great tipping debate is raging in the United States of America.
Yeah, it's causing some commotion.
Yeah, very much so. And if you've ever traveled around the world, you know that we're really the only country that tips the way we do.
Yeah. Some places, like in Japan, they will chase you down to return your money. It's considered rude.
So, where do you think is the latest front line in the battle over tips? Like, in other words,
what industry?
Well, it's not an industry. Well, I guess it kind of. We'll keep it loose.
Sure.
Just there is somebody asking for tips now. And I wonder if you have any inkling of who it is, because people are outraged.
I'm intrigued by this.
Do you have any stabs?
Because the tipping culture, it's driving me a little bad.
It's going to be someone who, under no grounds, it's got to be someone who doesn't even help you or something.
Or it's going to be someone that you like. If a tow truck driver had the balls to impound your car.
That's a good one because you're already up a creek
You're already up a
financially.
creek. You go there, it's like $300 to get it out. If you had to pay to get your car out of an impound lot and that effing iPad turned around,
I'd roll something for the effort.
Oh my, that might be the one that breaks somebody. That I could see that. And no one's got the balls to do that.
Yeah, tipping on something where it seems like your payment is almost a penalty for something, that would be way up.
Yeah.
I like the way you're thinking, but that's not it.
Okay.
But I like your brain. I like to get you guys' brains going.
Realm or industry?
Let me just say that Ryan Buckley is in this sphere.
Interesting.
Really?
Turkish bathhouse, they're asking for tips?
Is it have to do with like babysitting or parenting or something like that?
It does have to do with parenting.
Oh my God, her mom's asking for
Doctors?
tips.
The doctors want tips?
For stay-at-home moms asking for tips.
Find out next on The Fan.
The home of dirt and
We? What? Did you just say we just stepped out of the shower? I said he. Right, okay.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
All right, real quick before we get to our tipping story, we're watching Duke, Carolina, which is just a dandy.
Yeah.
And what
the
happened?
hell are they calling
I think
here?
they called a lane violation.
On North Carolina?
On North Carolina.
What?
Oh, my.
Wow.
You can't call that there.
Like, that's...
You can't call that there.
Wow.
I'm with Buck on that.
I mean, generally, I'm like, if the rule's the rule, let's see how bad it
Holy
was.
S.
It looked like, I glanced up, it looked like the guy goes in. We'll see.
But I feel like guys do that on
Oh,
every
he
free
did.
throw.
Yeah.
He did.
What are you doing?
Yeah. They called that.
Wow.
So the story is this. Duke was up by my count, as
Close
many
to
as
30, maybe more.
I think they were up 24.
Yeah, they were smacking them.
And North Carolina has made it 72-71. North Carolina down 1 with 4 seconds left. Kid on the free throw line misses the first free throw.
By the way, he looks like he's about ready to crap his pants.
He probably did crap his pants.
Yeah.
And then on the second free throw to tie it,
which he made,
a lane violation.
Wow.
So now Duke is inbounding with 4 seconds left, up by 1.
That
Probably
poor
better for
bastard that
those
jumped
with
in.
a plus 7.5 ticket. Wow.
Yeah, that is better. You know, now, come to think of it, I have North Carolina plus 7.5.
This is a good thing for you.
This was
even
good.
though it's bad for UNC.
Yeah, because OT, you don't want OT.
Well, but if they make 2 free throws and then we hit a 3,
Yeah.
that's not good either. But look,
Dude,
I'm just lucky to have that ticket alive.
I feel terrible for that kid, the lane violation. I mean,
What was he doing?
I
He did a little skitter, skittered
yeah,
around.
I mean, he went in. I just
Great game though.
do you not blow the whistle on that? I mean,
Well, I originally I was with Buck in a sense that guys do that all the time, and you just kind
but
of let
after
it go.
seeing this one, it was kind of weird.
But that one was,
It was
he was
different.
way early. Like you almost have to call that. Like you can't.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what he was doing, but
Well,
you can't do that.
The kid at the free throw line was a big man that did not look comfortable at the line. He missed the first one badly. I'm guessing my man thought, I got to go get this rebound because
but
it's
then
not
his
going
homie
in.
freaking made it. The
Yeah,
guy
and he
made it
made
on the miss or on the violation.
Yeah.
really quality. Anytime you get Duke, North Carolina, you get really quality crowd shots.
Yeah.
The Duke girl's about to have a panic attack.
And as Buck stated, anytime I see this game now, I just think of the White Lotus family. You know, you just think of like annoying privilege.
Mom going, Carolina Chapel Hill.
And then the dad insisting that they go
you
to
got
Duke.
into Duke, you're going to Duke.
So, okay, parents are now asking for tips to cover their kids' birthday parties.
Oh, for
No.
God's
Yes,
sake.
this is a thing.
This is a
okay.
This is a thing.
Go take a long walk off a short pier.
Yeah.
Tipping at children's birthday parties. So
Nope.
if you bring your kid over to party with the other little S
Bring a bottle of wine, bring a present. That's
nope,
fine.
they're leaving out tip jars
Nope.
now.
Nope.
Oh
Nope.
my goodness.
This
That
went,
goes back to the family?
This went viral. Yeah, it was posted to Instagram. I don't know. Her name is Victoria Perry. I don't know who she is. Just maybe some mom. I don't know. Explained that attendees at kids' parties are now expected to leave a cash gratuity, and if you're not bringing at least $10, you should not bring your child.
Well, then why would you? Yeah, don't go to the party.
Yeah, I won't come to your party then.
Yeah, I'm just not. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's just that's asinine. Like, so you're saying that you want my kid to come to your house. You invited us, but I have to pay for my kid to go to your house. Then don't have the party.
And it's kind of indicative of like a societal problem. Then if the party is that expensive, then scale it back.
Exactly.
You don't need all these bells and whistles. It's a kid's birthday.
Yes.
Like have a cake, have a clown, or don't, whatever.
Yeah.
But like, not if it's such a grand scale, you have to do
Dude.
that. Then you're an ass for throwing a party
And
like that.
are these like on the invitations, or
Yes.
do you just show up and there's a tip jar?
No, what's happening is this person is saying that she's seeing a lot of. I don't know who this is.
I'm so glad that I don't have my kids are all past.
Oh, I know who
this.
she is. Okay, so this woman is a baker.
Okay.
So she makes cakes
Sure.
for these parties. And what she is finding out is she said she's seeing this as a trend.
Mm-hmm.
Is moms are what they're doing is they're putting on the bottom of the invitations.
Yeah.
There's a little spot that says tipping is encouraged.
Oh.
On the
By the way, what sort of balls? Like, I would be mortified, absolutely mortified to invite people over to my house and then say tipping encouraged.
Essentially mandatory. Don't bring your kid if you're not gonna.
Yeah,
What?
so like we'll have like a 4th of July gathering at my house. We've done like a Thanksgiving where we do like a nomads Thanksgiving for people that don't have places to go. I can't fathom asking my friends to bring money to my house for Thanksgiving. Now, I can ask you to bring would you like to bring a dish? Hey, you want to bring some booze? But to say you need to bring me cash because I've invited you over, oh my God.
And you know what? I've even had friends, like we've thrown like a catered barbecue or something like that. And then I've had friends ask me, hey, can I kick you some cash for some of this?
Yeah.
This was great. That's a nice move for a guest to make, but going around asking for that is ridiculous.
I've done that like when we go out on someone's boat. I'd be like, hey, can I throw you $50 in gas? And sometimes people say no, and a lot of times though, they're like, oh, that'd be awesome. But
that's different than this.
But yeah, to say, hey, you're going out on my boat, I want you to buy me gas. Hey, that's poor form.
Yeah, it's just desperate. By the way, I gotta tell you, I'm heartbroken for this North Carolina kid. Yeah. So Duke wins 74-71.
They hit the 2 free throws to ice it.
Yeah, and the kid that the lane violation kid is bawling his eyes out over on the sideline. Yeah. It's just
that's rough.
Yeah.
Although it sounds like North Carolina, will get into the tournament at least. Because for a while they were on the bubble. You imagine if that's the game that keeps you out?
That's true. I think they're in, but
but imagine if they're the last team out, and you're that kid, and you know. I mean, that's not the only reason you lost, but
wild game.
Certainly the one you're going to point to.
So one of the invites.
The nice part is BYU doesn't have to worry about that because we lost by 20.
Yeah, you're going home.
Yeah, just say,
bitch.
No one's going to point to that and be like, man, if I just didn't have that lane violation. And to all you parents out there, dude, pull your head out of your arse when it comes to this sort of stuff. And kid parties in general, especially with like little kids, I've said this for years. I've gone to enough of these functions that most of the time it's about the parent, it's not about the kid.
Oh, for sure.
These parties are big and they're over the top, and the kid doesn't give 2 S's. It's just so mom can show off to her friends
little social status
about how awesome their life is or how great the new addition to their home is or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, don't do that.
Well, I've never really understood the 1-year-old thing.
Oh yeah.
Like, what is that about?
I don't know.
The kid doesn't even. The kid's never going to remember it.
That's about honoring mom, and then she can get some photos to put on Instagram.
One of the invites she saw had an explanation for why the parents were asking for the gratuity. The note read, "Tipping is encouraged. If you plan to bring your child and they plan to eat and play, please send along cash with your child for the tip bucket to go towards party expenses."
What if I plan to bring my child and not eat and play?
Yeah,
or I bring my own food and
Is there a discount for that? Yeah, it's like saying if my kid showed up to a party with a McDonald's Happy Meal and it was like, no, that's his. You know, you guys eat whatever. This is his Happy Meal. Screw you.
But if he plays, then you gotta kick in.
Well, I will tell you, most of social media is agreeing with you guys.
Yeah.
Don't throw the party if you can't afford it.
That's the easiest part.
Not appropriate, and people are. The backlash has begun.
It should, and it's proper to do so.
Yeah.
This is shameful, and I've seen this is where brides throw themselves wedding parties, and they ask people to bring cash for it. Same sort of stuff. Again, if you can't afford it, then don't do it. It's not upon other people to fund the lifestyle and the party that you want.
Well said.
It's just
well said.
Again, just in general, this whole the tipping thing, and this is kind of, I don't know if this is considered tipping. This just sounds like I want your money. I want you to pay for my kid's party.
Well, it sounds like I've planned something over the top that I, in reality, can't afford, and now I need help, which is ridiculous.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going on vacation, and I'd like you to help me pay for it. I mean, that's insanity, because it's not tipping. You're not providing a service. They're not providing a service. It's a party that you're in. How on earth can you invite someone to something and then expect them to pay for it? That's an don't invite me. I didn't ask to be invited. You invited me.
Pit bulls are now shooting people.
Oh.
That's next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, some breaking news out of the NFL this afternoon as the Seahawks have a new receiver. They're signing former Rams wideout and Washington native Cooper Kupp to a 3-year, $15 million deal. On the hardwood today, the Oregon Ducks lost to Michigan State in the Big Ten tournament, 74-64 the final. Sparty used a 15-0 run in the second half to pull away. Oregon will head back to Eugene and await their at-large bid selection on Sunday. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, Iowa has fired head coach Fran McCaffrey after 15 seasons with the Hawkeyes. In the ACC, as expected, Duke star Cooper Flagg did not play in the Blue Devils game tonight against rival North Carolina. That one came down to the wire, with Duke winning 74-71 and sending Carolina home packing. Round 2 of the Players' Championship out at TPC Sawgrass, a two-way tie for the lead between Akshay Bhatia and Minwoo Lee. They are both 11 under par. JJ Spawn is one shot off the lead, 10 under par, alone in second place, while Rory McIlroy and Colin Morikawa are tied for fourth at 9 under, 2 shots off the lead. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? The insurance company's treating you like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 503-207-6000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states says Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Suk for A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Before getting a new train system installed, I was guilty of getting one quick fix after another. Then I found a team that educated me on how to keep my house comfortable, and they showed me the difference between a cheap stopgap and an affordable long-term solution. So don't get caught in the cycle of spending as little as possible again and again and again. Solve your HVAC issues for the long haul. Call A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air or visit aeheatingandcooling.com, your local independent train dealer. It's hard to stop a train. CCB number 203004.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
In Portland today, rain and a high of 48 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Sue.
You know, I always felt I could be a great salesman. Well, believe me, I could talk anybody into anything, except women into sex. That's the only thing I can't do.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Can I get a hot tub? They're eating the dogs.
Well, I do have a pit bull story, but I'm going to have to table that for just a brief moment. First of all, Suk not being quiet, he left. He just quit.
I didn't know that.
He just quit. Yeah, he's out of here.
He's just
quit the show.
Done forever, huh?
No, he's leaving to go. I don't know what's going on at that. It's that.
What do they call it? The Smoker or something like that?
The fight night thing.
Yeah. Kells.
Yeah.
Something.
He's going to that. So he needed to leave a little early. Somebody mentioned this on the text line. We were talking about birthday party tipping, which is a new trend. But they said, have you seen the person whose landlord asks for a tip on rent? Now, I looked that up.
I feel like I've heard about that.
I looked it up, and the first thing that came up is apparently, once again, on TikTok, somebody posted, it's oh my God. It's an account called Two Guys Take on Real Estate.
Okay.
And they were just doing a bit, so it wasn't real, but it went viral because it sparked a real debate online about whether or not you should tip your landlord, because their bit is, so he's kind of at this isn't the way people pay rent, but for the bit, he is at this desk, almost like a hotel desk, and he pays the guy his rent, and then the guy flips around the tip screen that we all hate. So it says, when you're paying your landlord the rent and a tip screen appears, then a mock scene plays out in which a landlord flips around an iPad, leaving the tenant to decide whether or not they should tip. The tenant says, a tip? I'm not tipping my landlord. And then the landlord says, so you'll tip a barista who pours overpriced coffee into a cup, but not the guy who's on call 24/7 to make sure you have a safe home.
It is interesting the way we have kind of just sort of arbitrarily established which industries are worthy of tips and which ones are not. Because there's some where I'm like, okay, like, you gave me a good haircut, but, like, weren't you supposed to? I mean, I tip the barber for, like, a good job, or the stylist or whoever, but, like, why isn't that just what I'm paying for? I don't, if someone helps me bag 12 bags worth of groceries, I don't tip them, but, like, they've done something.
Well, I've always gone back to, because we talk about this all the time, I've always gone back to this. If you don't know whether to tip, ask yourself if the person that you are tipping is making a full salary or full wage doing what they do. You don't have to tip. I think tipping comes from the idea that you've got people who that's how they make their money.
Yeah,
the vast
that's
majority
a whole other
of
problem in and of itself. Like, the fact that we have industries where, like,
Right.
the consumer is
Right.
supposed to
Right.
understand that dynamic. is
Bingo.
weird,
Just
but-
take care of your employees, and
Yeah.
this isn't a problem in Europe because they pay them.
No,
well.
they've just figured out a long time ago the best way to do this. To
pass the buck.
Yes, pay, like, just include it in tab, and then everyone goes away happy. There's no extra charges. There's no one gets miffed that you left too much or too little or whatever.
So then it says, I'm not tipping you. This isn't a restaurant. And then the landlord says, okay, so you'll tip an extra 25% for somebody to carry you a basket of chicken wings, but you won't tip someone who responds to after-hours emergency calls. And that last one stumped the tenant. Decent points, but then it gets nasty where the guy says, basically, when it's time for your lease renewal, I'm just going to make sure gratuity's included in your rent.
Because that's the other thing, right? Is if this landlord is doing so much and it is such a pain in the ass to be on call all the time, well, then just charge everybody a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's where I think
don't make it up to their judgment. That's the problem.
What I think it is most people are like, well, nobody's tipping a landlord. It's like that's built in. First of all, that's your job.
People assume it already is built in.
Yeah, you own the building. Like you're
upkeeping it because that's what you.
That's your
job. Yeah,
that's what you do.
But then again, other people will say, well, it's all of these people's jobs that we're tipping. Why are we tipping any of them then? We're just giving people extra money for doing their job.
Again, a landlord owns the building. The barista
doesn't own the
may make $5 an hour or whatever it is. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. I have a hard time with the barista one, but I tip sometimes.
Yeah.
It's weird.
I'll occasionally
It's only
round up, or if I
sometimes.
have an extra buck, I'll throw it in the jar or something.
Well, I
but-
use the Starbucks app,
no.
and there's a place to tip on there. But it's weird. I don't know. There's a lot of gray in tipping. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
All right. They're eating the dogs. The pit bull story is that pit bulls are shooting people now. This was in Memphis.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, well, I mean, not the friendliest of dogs, the pit bull.
Not known for being the most gregarious breed.
Well, I mean, before you say they get a bad rap, they really kind of don't. But I get it.
They
a lot
get
of it's the owner.
It's gonna tick off it's gonna tick off pit bull owner, but they kind of get the rap that they deserve, right?
Well, I'll let you debate that. I just know that I don't trust any pit bull I ever see.
Yeah.
And I know that's unfair, but it's just the way I don't know. So this dog managed to fire a gun and wound his owner in an accidental shooting. Memphis. 39-year-old victim was relaxing and talking with a female friend on his bed. Hey now. When the dog jumped onto the bed, this is a pit bull, the dog's paw got stuck in the trigger guard of his gun. Which, why was his gun
in the reach or the range
bed?
of the dog? I mean, is it all...
Gun in the bed. Anyway.
My guns too.
The dog's paw got stuck in the trigger guard and hit the trigger, discharging the gun. Police said the victim was grazed in the left thigh. Officers later found a single spent shell casing on the floor. The man was treated on the scene, later taken to a medical center, and he is expected to make a full recovery. So the damn dog shot him.
Because his little paw got stuck.
His little doggy paws.
I was wondering if he developed opposable thumbs overnight or something like that.
It's crazy. All right, we got to go. We're going to wrap it up next. I have an Uber question for you. I took an Uber last night.
Okay.
And I need, I don't know. We need to talk about it.
Did you tip him?
I did. I always tip my Uber guy. That's one right there. I think a lot of their income comes from tips, right?
Again, it bugs me that it's up to me to have to figure that out. Why is it up to me to figure out that I need to tip this person more because their employer isn't making them whole?
It's not that you have to tip them more. It's that...
Or that profession deserves one because they're in a profession where they don't get paid what they should. That's still for me to figure out. Or for any individual consumer to figure out. Just build it into my ride.
I mean, it's a fair question. All right, we'll get to that next on The Fan.
Goodbye, Gino.
Traded by the Seahawks to the Raiders for a third-round pick.
I think that's a nice grab for Seattle.
Hello, Sam.
This is a win-now move. Will it be a win-now move? I don't know, but it is in their minds a win-now move. You give a guy $100 million with 55 guaranteed. You believe in him. You believe you can win with
If I told you don't have to tip anymore, but the cost of all restaurants and other tipping industries goes up 15% across the board to pay to employees, do you do it?
Yes. Yes. I think take all of this variance out of it. I also think if we're doing that, then it's guaranteeing a lot of service industry workers get tips that people probably at times stiff them on. Make it uniform, make it easy, bundle it all in. I don't want to think about it.
Same texter says a lot of new restaurants fail because the profit margins are so slim, and many times the owners make no profit for years. They're assuming all the risk if things go under, and it's not like they're getting rich off of exploiting their employees. And I agree with that too.
Yeah, restaurant margins are horrible. So
yeah,
it's really tough. And
I
then if
agree
you
with
start baking in the cost, and all of a sudden your entrees are going from $19.99 to $24.99 or something like that. I mean, I know that's 25% more, but that starts to turn people away.
But the retort to that is, well, you don't have to own a restaurant.
No.
If it doesn't pencil.
No. But people do.
Well, I would love to own a restaurant or a bar, I think that'd be great. But boy, I tell you that I'm scared of that.
Not for the faint of heart.
No, exactly. I need to be rich first. I ain't rich. What was the other one I was going to... We're talking about tipping here. I'm reading.
I can tell.
Live on the air. Ratings soaring at this moment.
Yeah, as they do.
One texter says there are 7 states that don't have the tip credit, meaning their employees get paid minimum wage or higher. California, Washington, Oregon, Nevada, Montana, Minnesota, and Alaska. Their employees get paid minimum wage or higher.
I think that there are some states where it's assumed that because you're going to make some on tips, they can actually pay or do pay below minimum wage.
Correct. That's what I had to think about that.
Yeah.
But when I was in Kansas, that's the way it was. I had thought that because we'd made seriously, our paychecks, literal paychecks from the company, was like $2 an hour.
Right.
So we made all our money on tips. And I assumed that had changed all around the country, but I guess it hasn't.
Yeah, I had heard 20, 30 years ago when I was down in Arizona that they don't have that, I don't think, or they didn't. And that the Hooters waitresses down there were making $3 an hour, but they were making bank because they're Hooters waitresses and a lot of people tip them.
Yeah. So I got in an Uber last night. Now I'm just looking for confirmation here.
Okay, no promises.
I mean, don't you sit in the back on the passenger side? Isn't that the proper place to sit for an Uber or Lyft?
Yeah, I think generally, unless you have more, if you have 3 people with you and you're not going to go 3 across the back, then yeah, maybe someone goes in the front. But if it's just you,
right,
or just you,
if it's just you, isn't it appropriate? Uber and Lyft guy can text. Isn't it appropriate that if it's just a single driver and a single rider, that the rider sit in the back passenger seat?
Totally normal. I have heard of or seen people hop in the front because they're like, oh, it's like a ride share. It's not like a taxi. I don't know. There's some people I've heard of who don't do that, but I think there's nothing. I think the more normal, more regular thing to do is just go to the back seat, like a taxi.
Yeah, but the back passenger seat. You don't want. It's weird to sit behind the driver, right?
I suppose so. Yeah,
because he can't really see you that well.
I mean, I guess. There was a time where I broke my foot, so I was taking Ubers all over San Francisco. And depending on which side of the street they would pick me up on, I'm like, well, that's the side I'm just going to be on. I'm not shimmying across for that.
Yeah. Well, this guy was in a Tesla, and he had the front seat pushed all the way forward, basically sending the signal of don't try to get in the front seat.
Okay.
Yeah. Or just giving the person, gave me a bunch of room in the back seat.
Sure.
But I don't know.
Yeah, and you can tee it up that way, but it also may be that person being like, don't even think about coming to sit in the front seat up here.
I think that's weird.
Yeah, but there are people that do. I actually worked with a gal who grew up in Orange County, and she had literally never been in a taxi before. And the first time she got to New York and hailed a taxi out of Union Station, she just went trying to hop in the front seat. The taxi driver's like, what are you doing?
I thought some of those doors don't even open, do they? And they got the plexiglass.
Again, this was many, many years ago, but yeah.
All right. Text, certain restaurants did try eliminating tipping and just increase the cost of the menu items, but their businesses plummeted. So they went back to the old style. Yeah, I think that's the other thing is people don't put two and two together. If you have a restaurant and you change that and you're even clear. I've been to a few restaurants. I remember that it's on the menu. It's like our prices are up 8% or whatever.
Yeah. It's really common to see the footnote and
Yes,
they'll even break it down.
Here's why.
4% goes to the health benefits for our staff,
That's
and
right.
goes for living wages and whatever.
That's right. And I don't know how that's I mean, I was fine with it, but I don't know how that's doing when overall. I don't know if people like that or just they're just more trained to do it the other way. I don't know.
And it feels problematic too because then again, it's all of this comes back to what the individual's opinion is on it, and then also what the situation is, and everything. There's way too much variance in all of this. I say we just kind of jam it all together.
Yeah.
Bundle it all up.
What a time to be alive.
Yeah. Dogs shooting their owners.
All right, everybody, y'all have a great weekend, okay?
Go Rory.
Go Rory. Yeah, Buck's got a big 16, what is it?
1,600.
1,600 plus 1,600 ticket on Rory. I may live bet Rory if he makes a couple bogeys. At any rate, it's going to be a great sports weekend. Enjoy it. We're back Monday, 3 to 7 on Fan Good Night.
Ships of space.